If you see or experience inappropriate or antisocial behaviour, please alert a steward or visit the Middlesex information tent.
Well, a very good morning everybody and welcome back to Northwood for the final day of what should be a fascinating finale to this County Championship Division 1 match. The live stream from Middlesex here at Merchant Taylors School. All set for hopefully a real thriller. The overheads are going to need to play their part. There is a threat of a shower. We probably need the full day's play, 96 overs. 7 down overnight in their second innings, Northamptonshire. They lead by 314 runs. Middlesex need to wrap it up very quickly. Emilio Gay still there on 85. It's fascinatingly poised though because this pitch has been flattening since that first innings where Northamptonshire posted 219 after winning the toss. Middlesex 272, but now this 374 for 7. And a position that Northamptonshire will very much welcome, but how they'll get on in the final day we'll have to wait and see. Let's start by looking back on yesterday. It's one of the better ways to put the dots together, isn't it? Look backwards. So let's take a look at the day 3 highlights. Leg side first up. Leg stump half volley again. That one races away once more. Not required on that one though. It's beautifully clipped away wide of mid-on. Short, pulled away. Cut fine, cut for 4. Rare drive down the grounds. Up in the air. Deep square not set back on this occasion. They have had deep square back. 4 runs for Whiteman. And an outstanding 50. Edged just past Robson.
On that, isn't he? Yeah.
50 it is for Proctor. Short, wasn't that short? Let's put away. Whiteman's on to 85. Pulled hard. Uppercut, Crive catch it and gone. A wicket on the 3rd day at last for Middlesex. Proctor. That gets through. That'll be a 2nd century of the season for Whiteman. We pulled up, he'll turn for 3, 101 from 219 minutes. Let's go with a century, helping to save the game against Somerset. Clubbed over Roland Jones. Crive catch it, but 4 runs it is. Gaze into the 30s. Jones disappointed as that gets away fine of Ethan Bamber. Off stump out of the ground. Whiteman's century comes to an end on 114. The skipper has him, Toby Roland Jones. Something about him wanting to get to a 50. Well, there it is. 124 deliveries for Gay to reach his first 50 of the summer. Reverses it straight to backward point, and Ethan Bamber carries as another wicket. Yes, yes it is. Bit of bounce for De Carey's and a wicket. Taylor's gone for 11. Up in the air and over the top of Robbie White. Leg side. And through it goes. Leg stump half volley put away. 2 set back. Oh, he's clipped that off leg stump and the lead is 302. Yes, no. Oh, it's going to be a run out. Should be a run out. There is a run out. Keogh's gone for 48. Fumes with Gay. And that is the final over of the day. So that is stumps. And Gay's going to have to follow him back. So that was day 3, and what a day 3 it was. It's been fascinating to watch how this pitch has changed over the first 3 days of the match. How will it play on day 4? That certainly is the intrigue that everybody will be watching on, and then what can the teams make of it? Well, one of the players who's played a reasonable role in it so far is Josh DeCary's off-spinning all-rounder in this match. An opening bat who's batting at 8 in the game. That will play into Middlesex's hands when they go to chase today. They go a long way down. Let's hear what Josh DeCary's had to make of the match so far.
Josh DeCares, thanks for joining us at the end of day 3 here at Merchant Taylors. Tough day with the ball out there, but 2 wickets for your good self. Good reward for 22 overs bowled.
Yeah, tough day, but I think the lads stuck at it really well. We didn't have much reward in the first 3 or 4 hours really, but to kind of not let them get away from us even when we weren't taking wickets, I think is a real positive.
It looks to me like the wicket seems to have flattened out. I mean, it's been a slow scoring wicket first 2 days, perhaps a little bit more green on the wicket in those 2 days. As it's dried out, it doesn't seem to have many dents in it, seems to have flattened out from a batting perspective.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see when we bat, but definitely for those first 2 sessions today it seemed pretty placid. So yeah, hopefully if a few of our lads can get in, then they can really go big, but we'll just have to wait and see. Things might change, so you never know. Absolutely.
Northants finished the day 314 in advance. I guess they won't be batting for too long tomorrow, whilst the pressure is obviously on them they have to win this game. Obviously there's a desire for us, of course we would like to win this game. Could be set up for a very intriguing 4th and final day.
Yeah, I think so. I think obviously incentive for both teams to have a result here, so I imagine we'll see some movement in the morning. It was nice, the last session was played at a bit more of a pace, so yeah, it could be an interesting chase, and we'll see what we get set and go from there, I imagine.
Absolutely. It's not often you look at a day where you've struggled to take wickets and you actually can take some positives out of that, because you mentioned the kind of rate that they scored at in that last hour and a half there. They were going at 5s, 5.5 and over. That must, I guess, give us some confidence that the wicket's flat, not a huge amount in it, so that gives us some confidence that whatever Northants said us tomorrow, we've got a damn good chance of going at it.
Yeah, I think for the majority today we bowled really well, to be honest. The rewards didn't really come, but we stuck to task really well, and they couldn't quite get away for a lot of the day. So yeah, I think we'll see what we get set, go from there, and I'm confident in our batting lineup that whatever is set is within the capabilities.
One last one on your own state of health, Josh. You took one on the finger yesterday. I think it was actually your bowling finger, and then you get asked to turn over 22 overs today. How is it?
Well, it was a drop first of all, so
well, yes,
not the best, but yeah, it was pretty sore last night, and I was struggling to grip it for most of today, to be honest, but managed to get through, which is all good.
Mate, all the very best of luck tomorrow. I hope it goes well.
Cheers, Fetchy. Thanks.
Whatever they chase, Middlesex will go for. I think that pretty much to everybody is going to be apparent today. It's a big game, this one, for both counties, and it's a big final day. Northamptonshire, they'll know anything other than a victory today, and they're as good as down this year, not mathematically but realistically, looking at the table, the fixtures to come, how the season's panned out so far. Similarly for Middlesex, a win today would move them out of the bottom two, with a game in hand over Kent as well, who they will scrap against. Eyes on Nottinghamshire at the Oval as well, but Middlesex will be hoping to look onwards and upwards beyond today, but a defeat today could be pretty problematic for the second half of the season, to say the very least. So it's a very big day. Middlesex will go for it, no doubt, whatever they are set. I'm sure they would like to keep control of that themselves. The lead's 314, 3 quick wickets this morning, and they'll be hoping to keep this well below 350. The chase 3-7-2 for 7 is the score, and it's going to be Sam Robson to finish his 8th over, number 30 so far. Before play does get underway, a word for the sad passing of Tony Kingston, long-time scorer, and what else was tweeted recently, the greatest living Northamptonshire man, and a very good friend to the game, very good friend to Northamptonshire, and thoughts with the family of King Oak. Rest in peace, old chap. Sam Robson to get us underway this morning, 372 for 7.
Nice, Mickey!
Couple to get them off the mark on the final day. Gaze on to 87. So Tom Helm into the attack from the Benham end, 3.75 for 7. Just seen a tweet from Andrew Rad, the BBC commentator, who says, putting aside BBC impartiality for a moment, it'd be nice to win this one for Kingo Boys. As Northamptonshire prep for their final day. Well, as I say, for both sides, this is a big 16 points dangling in front of them at the moment for the season ahead. Northamptonshire bottom of the table at the moment. Single for McManus. Yeah, this leads, well, it really could go anywhere today. I think the biggest question for Northamptonshire, if they were to control proceedings over the next hour, i.e. the run starts to flow, how many would they want to set? But I think more to the point is how many overs do they want to have at Middlesex? Because this is effectively a must-win for both counties, it's massive, the 16 points today. Middlesex will go for anything. So the onus really at this moment is on Middlesex to wrap up these 3 wickets and not let Northamptonshire dictate matters, which you'd imagine will be as high a chase as possible, knowing that Middlesex will be valuing 16 points far higher than 5 today. So that makes this passage massively important. 8 for the draw previously, then I guess today's the perfect example. We're at 8 points for a win. Middlesex hedge their bets a little bit more and say, well, actually we'll take those 8 points and keep scrapping for the rest of the season. But 5 points, I don't think the Northamptonshire points will really affect Middlesex's mindset. I don't think they'll look at it and think, oh, we can't afford to lose 16 points. For Northamptonshire to take those 16, I don't think they'll think that way about it at all. Imagine they will be thinking is, look, if Northamptonshire win it, it's still a scrap to get above Kent and Northants at the end of the season. Oh, clipped through down the leg side. Cry of catch it. And gone. McManus has gone for 2. Bit of bounce for Helm. He's looked the most threatening on this pitch. He has a second wicket in the second innings to go with a couple in the first. That'll be a pleasing one for him. Running down the hill but getting an extra bit of bounce.
Lewis McManus, Court Simpson, Bolt Helm, 2.
Tidily done as ever behind the stumps by John Simpson. So Sanderson comes out to join Gay on 88. He stepped up that scoring rate yesterday, which for the majority of the innings was around 2.1, 2.2. They got it up to 3.2 this morning. They'll look to crack along, you'd have thought. So they have what balance do they have in mind in terms of minimum overs remaining today to force the win? It is a must win for Northamptonshire. If they don't win today, Northamptonshire are as good as down. So they need to leave themselves enough overs to bowl Middlesex out, but equally they will know that Middlesex will not put much value on the 5 points for the draw. They'll be thinking about the 16 for the victory and trying to climb above Kent. That's got to be close. No ball called, it was. Yeah, Cryer catch it. And held, well held as well. Peter Milan out in the deep. That's an outstanding catch. 379 for 9, and well, there you go. All the talk we've had about how many overs, what size lead. Middlesex ultimately had to try and keep control of this themselves, and they're doing that with a couple of wickets from Helm. Brilliant from Milan. Crucial from Milan as well. Here's the look at it. Very, very well held. Slipping, sliding. Underneath it, holds on. Superb. So White is the final batter, comes to join Gay, and fast forward cricket here at the lasts. 2 in 2 legitimate deliveries for Helm. Can't be a hat trick, the no ball in between, can it? Wicket, no ball, wicket. Morning, Angus Fraser. I'd love to throw you a curveball.
I'd claim it. 3 legitimate deliveries in a row. Hat-trick of sort.
Around the wicket to White. At least that solves the problem of us having to work out and go and ask. End of the over, 118. Done in this innings, 379 for 9, the lead 321, 2 crucial wickets in the over, with McManus gone, caught, nicking one down the leg side, good catch by Simpson, well taken, tidily done, gone for 2, and then Sanderson, his first legitimate delivery, holding out with an uppercut to Milan. So Gay's still there on 88. From the lake end, it's going to be Ethan Bamber charged with trying to finish this off with Helm. Gay on 88. First 50 of the season. We'll be thinking about 12 more runs for a personal milestone, but certainly trying to scratch this lead a little bit closer to 350, you'd have thought.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's people sitting around thinking, will Northampton declare overnight? I'll come over. I think most of us, I mean, ambitious, but in the modern world, when you're watching the way that England play, you never know sort of what where sides are being moved in their interpretation of how to get sledged here by Sam Robson. Shouldn't you be in the slips? Sorry, I was distracted there. But there he is.
There he is, right in front of us. Give us a wave. Morning, Sam.
But yeah, so what is a chase? But sides are naturally a little bit wary. 320 runs in a day, 90 overs, 96 overs. Sorry, it's I suppose run rate's not the issue. It's what Northants believe they need or the time they require to take the 10 wickets of Middlesex. So, and also make the changeover a rushed little experience of 10 minutes rather than sort of giving a side half an hour to get themselves right. So a few things to take into consideration, but I'd have thought their plan today would be to go out there for 4 or 5 overs and see how many they can get, really.
Just trying to put myself into Northamptonshire's boots overnight. This is a must win. They know they're as good as down if they don't win this today. But equally, Middlesex, they'll probably have looked at Middlesex and thought, well, what are Middlesex going to think of 5 points from this game? It's not going to do much for Middlesex this season, the 5 points, but 16 points can do an awful lot. So Josh DeCary said it on the overnight interview, whatever it is, Middlesex are pretty likely to go for it. Ooh, it's had a little nick along the floor through to Simpson. Yes, no, should be a run out, should be gone. This should be the end of the innings. Bamber turns and takes off the bails. Oh, goodness me, that was breathless stuff. It happened in slow motion. These days of fast forward cricket, that all happened in slow motion, but they got there in the end. And a run out to end day 3, a run out to end the innings. 380 all out. The target is 323 for Middlesex. It was calamity cricket for a moment, though.
It is, and I suppose good work by Simpson there. The edge not carrying, he's fumbled it, but he's got up quickly. And yeah, they've managed to sort themselves out there. 2 run-outs really. There was one last night, last ball of the day, wasn't there? So yeah, perfect little 7 balls from Middlesex there with 3 wickets. 4 wickets in 8 balls if you look at last night. So a quick sort of end to Northampton's total, but I think from where they were yesterday morning this time, they'll be quite happy to have got a lead of 320 and to be able to put Middlesex under some pressure. Just going back to what you said before about Middlesex going for it. Yes, of course, Middlesex, I mean, look at it now and think, well, if they do bat the whole day, they could well come close, even though Northampton's scoring rate in this match has been slow. Middlesex has been quite a bit more positive. But to sort of say, if you don't win this, you're down. I think there's 6 more games to come. 140 odd points still there to be taken. So yes, it's an important day, an important match. But if you could win this and you don't play well for the rest of the season, then it's a victory, but it's not a season-changing victory. So yes, it's important what takes place in the next 92 overs, will it? Or 94 overs. 94 overs remaining today.
Lose
now.
a couple with the change of innings, things, won't they? It'll be 92, as you say.
But there's still a lot of cricket to be played after this match.
I go back to the Nottinghamshire one where they declared, just said, look, 5 points for the draw. 8 points for a draw just means it's only 3, but it seems that little bit more, doesn't it?
Well, it does, but equally, if you're from a Middlesex perspective, yes, by not, I mean, you don't want to go out there gun and lose, because all of a sudden it's 2 from 3. If you keep Northampton right at the bottom, it's 1 from 2, isn't it? So you're sort of increasing your probability if you think that obviously Kent the other side that are down there, but equally there's some other sides that haven't. I mean, Lancashire, despite sort of, I think in many people's eyes, being sort of one of the favourites to be near the top at the start of the year, they're not having the best of times, and I'm trying to think, have they lost, or are they looking like they're on the wrong end of a...
They are. Essex are going nicely in that game, aren't they? I'll take you through the scorecards elsewhere in a moment, and yeah, that very much had struck me last night that Lancashire, who did indeed beat Surrey, didn't they, in the last round of matches. That will be an interesting, but again, all of that, the thought process of what do Northamptonshire perhaps perceive of Middlesex's mindset, all of that goes out of the window. Whatever they were thinking this morning, it was as good as an overnight declaration. That required rate at 3, go up to 3.5. As Mike Selby said yesterday, well, it's around what Middlesex scored at in their first innings anyway, and arguably the pitch has flattened. The heavy roller's on it right now, and that was a big talking point as well. Bit of grass cover on the first day. I thought it did a little bit. Middlesex bowled really well. I think it did extremely well to restrict them to 219, especially when you consider that every batter got a start. Middlesex, I think it's fair to say, felt a little light themselves in return then on 277, in that they felt good, but felt very happy with restricting Northamptonshire to 219.
I agree. I think if the, I mean, again, this is just looking at it through a Middlesex set of eyes, but they'd have been hoping for, I certainly was that first innings score, to have a 3 in front of it, and obviously 3 with maybe a 4 and a 5 after it type of thing, so 340, 350 would have been, and that changes the complete context of the game. But again, just looking at that graphic on the TV now, Keogh 3 for 52, so the off spinner has taken 3 wickets there, and looking at the wickets he took, there were a couple of soft dismissals really, weren't they? Just guys, LBW missing straight balls. It wasn't as though the ball was spinning sharply and causing lots of issues.
Yeah, that was something that I just felt came back to me a little bit over the last couple of days, that they just felt there were too many soft dismissals there from Middlesex. But equally, that was why I thought they bowled so well. I mean, again, you can't judge it until both sides are batting. The first day you think, well, everybody got a start, they're going to be disappointed in Northamptonshire that one of them didn't go on. Everybody batted for nearly an hour in the top 8, or minimum an hour in the top 8. But equally, Middlesex the next day think, well, actually, all right, Northamptonshire 2-19, but Middlesex were disappointed. So both first innings were probably a little bit light, and then it was kind of put right in the third innings, where effectively everybody had agreed yesterday that pitch is flattened. So Middlesex will hope it's the same today.
Well, yeah, that's I suppose we've seen. Like we don't judge a pitch until both sides have batted once. We might be saying don't judge the surface until both sides have batted twice. But again, you look at it from a Middlesex perspective. They dropped McManus, didn't they, in the first innings, so arguably we could have dismissed Northamptonshire for fewer than 219, and again Gay was dropped in the second innings, wasn't he, and he's scored 80 odd runs, so it is what it is. Middlesex, I suppose Northamptonshire will look at it and think, well, they're battle blooming hard to sort of get in this situation and set themselves up for a real pop at knocking Middlesex over. Middlesex probably looking at a couple of missed opportunities along the way, but again a chance to bat well on this final day and see whether they can chase down 323.
And the other factor in it today, which hasn't been lost on anybody from a Northamptonshire perspective today, Tony Kingston, the long-term scorer of Northamptonshire Cricket Club, passing away. Very, very popular in that dressing room with Northamptonshire, and some nice tweets from the county this morning, and a couple of black armbands out there for the bats this morning. I assume all the players will be wearing them for Northamptonshire today. They'll be gunning for that as well for Kingo when they head out to take the field. So 323 is a sizable chase here for Middlesex, but again, we'll have to see how that pitch goes today. There was one yesterday that was particularly alarming, the way that it grubbed through. It was from the Benham end, so it was down the slope, pitched and really shot through. But overall, the ball seemed to behave far better yesterday than it did on day 2, where there was a couple of balls consecutively, and Mike Selvey was on with me. It was like one really clipped, and the next one kept low, very similar lengths. And he hadn't really seen anything like that on day 1. He thought, well, there you go, Merchant Taylor School, outground cricket generally around the country, you do get a bit of up and down bounce, but there wasn't really much of it yesterday, so we'll have to wait and see how that pans out today. I'm going to take you through those scores elsewhere very quickly.
So 323 is more than Middlesex have scored in any innings so far this season. I'm not trying to put a down on it, but needs to be taken into consideration when you're looking at the size of the task that's facing them. So Eskenazi opening the batting, which suggests they're going to be positive up front.
Yeah, well, this is back to the Nottinghamshire chase that they sent up Eskenazi to open with Stoneman, didn't they, and give it a go from the off. Just going through the Middlesex totals this year now. That Nottinghamshire chase, sure, Middlesex fans won't need much reminding, but for the benefit of Northamptonshire fans, that was an extraordinary performance. They were chasing 249 for 6, on by 4 wickets. They hit 274 in the first innings of that match, which, as memory serves, that was the highest total by Middlesex this year. Note from the PA on the condolences from Middlesex to Northamptonshire and the family of Tony Kingston. So that in the background, nice touch from Middlesex. So yes, the matches so far this season, well, against Essex it was 170 and 210. Then at Northants, 249 and 167. Against Nottinghamshire 274 and 249 for 6. Then against Kent 229 and 86 for 1 as they chase down small target for victory. Surrey 209, 240. Against Somerset at Lords 175 and 216. Up to that match at Hampshire was the next one, wasn't it? I missed one in between. No, it was Hampshire at the Aegeus, and it was 150 and 208. So Eskenazi house in the middle, having batted at 9 in the first innings because of a finger that he damaged taking a catch. 323 and all that for Middlesex to chase on this final day. It's interesting how the old days, not even the old days, just recent days really, when T20 moved things along, it was kind of, well, let's get to T and see what we can do from there, turn it into a T20 chase after T. Now team's happy to go at it from the off. Awful lot of runs. And off the mark, single for Eskenazi.
I mean, it is a signal by owning the batting with Eskenazi, absolutely, but he's also finger sore, so is he better off going out and playing a few shots at the front end rather than trying to save a game batting at number 8 or 9 with a sore finger? So I think there are a couple of things that have sort of shaped Middlesex' decision to open with Eske. Yes, to put Northamptonshire under pressure from the word go, with the statement of Stephen going out there, but to also taking into consideration his finger, which obviously was sore enough to keep him off the field all of yesterday.
So yeah, nice. Let's just have a quick look at that that Nottinghamshire chase. 6. Went in with Eskenazi, who hit only 11 at the top, LBW to Broad, but that partnership was worth 34 for 1. Second ball of the 5th over when Eskenazi departed, and an intent was there from the off. Stoneman made 43, LBW to Patterson, Milan 61, Holden 53. That was the partnership there really that put Middlesex on their way. It got a little bit nervy then. Simpson 17, Higgins not out 22, Holman 13, and Robson not out 12. We were on the mic together, I think, for that one, weren't we? And Robson dived at the end to get in.
Yes.
Bad light was a factor as well, and of course today there is the threat of a shower as well around. So it may not be 92 overs, did we say? 92 overs to chase this?
94. So I was right initially, just talking about the number of overs. It's 91. I thought we lost 2 in the over that was being bowled between innings. So 91 overs remaining, 3.5 the asking rate.
Inside tickle from Eskenazi. Grab a couple here, well run. White up the hill from the Benham end. Opening pair. Yeah, what took us to that, of course, we were talking about the bad light was setting in at Lords, wasn't it? In Middlesex, they were up against the light as much the overs remaining.
There was everything happening there, wasn't there? Clouds, gaps in the clouds, bit of leg theory from Stuart Broad with loads of fielders out on the hook and the short ball.
I did wonder if Middlesex would go to that yesterday when not much was happening mid-afternoon, whether Helm might have been asked to go and bang some in, put 3 back.
Just talking about Ashkenazi's finger there, I don't know whether that one's just bounced a bit. And he's looking in some discomfort at the end, batter's end. Lepton hit him on the gloves.
That's the index finger of the right hand as well that was injured. It's the index finger there that's been struck again.
Sorry, I shouldn't chuckle. I always remember broken fingers. It's, and to sort of go back to the old days is wrong, because it wasn't right that people knowingly playing with broken fingers. But I just remember Mike Gatting once getting wrapped on the hands in the nets at Lords in the morning. I think one leapt off a length and hit him on the thumb. Nasty cracking, a lot of discomfort. Sort of went, had an X-ray, came out, scored 100, and then said his thumb was broken. X-rays, but he just sort of get on with that. So with people like Alan Border, they were sort of really tough. And I'm not saying modern players aren't tough and take the blows, but then it's a break, get on with it. Quick single, good single. And it was very much the same with keepers as well. I mean, gloves are a lot better now, the protection wicket keepers have. But keepers used to play with broken fingers all the time, because if you didn't play, you gave someone a chance and you might not get your place back. So it was a bit of a self-preservation situation, but people are obviously always aware of scans and things like that now, whilst they show when you have got discomfort, it sort of explains that discomfort, and therefore the treatment can happen accordingly. But sometimes you can have a scan when you're not suffering discomfort and something shows up, and should you really be playing, when it might just be something that is there that isn't causing you the grief that the grief to stop you playing. Don't know whether I made any sense there or not.
No, you did. Ball. It was White that picked up Stoneman in the first innings. Bowled, a shorter delivery that he was looking to hook. It's down the hill on that occasion from White, up the hill here at the moment.
Held its line slightly, but it's again interesting to sort of look at an analysis now of players, and every week high time seamers round the wicket to Mark Stoneman, haven't they? They've identified there's a vulnerability there, and working on that vulnerability by coming around the wicket. And the challenge for Stoneman is to come up with answers, isn't it? That is the name of the game. It's the opposition looking for weaknesses in your game, and then you as an opponent to come up with answers to those questions that are being asked of you.
Without loss after 2. Stoneman made 51 in the first innings. Ashkenazi coming in at 9 made 8 from 27 before he was caught gay off Taylor. And he's done for now. Fingers too painful. That blow that was taken. Now what will they do with the order? Will it be Robson who goes back up to open with Stoneman? It's a blow for Middlesex early in the chase. Blood was pouring from that finger when he came off in the Northamptonshire first innings. Just a real shape for him. Taking a blow early in the second innings on that finger, exactly that point, which could really make it up for Eskenazi that he'd to be hit in that way. It was the catch of Whiteman off the bowling of Higgins that he took in the first innings that did the damage. So out comes Robson. Eskenazi, well, he managed 25 minutes in the first innings before he was caught for 8. So out comes Robson, who came in at 3 in the first innings as well. That because there was a night watch in Bamber. Robson made 28 from 48 before he was caught McManus off the bowling of White. So back to the regular opening pair. There's another retired hurt in this game. Gay had to retire hurt, but did come back to hit 89 before he was run out last to go this morning.
Yeah, so back there for Middlesex. Been hoping Eskenazi could have, I suppose, given a quick sort of start to this innings, although he was understandably a little bit watchful in the first couple of overs and got that wrap on the fingers. Whether it's pain or whether it's further damage, I don't think it was broken. I'm sure if it was broken, they'd have been a lot more sort of careful with how they would have managed it, that is for sure. Sam Robson, who's been out of sorts really, hasn't he, this year? Never really got going. There have been a couple of innings where he's got 60s and 70s, but been lacking a bit of confidence, which for someone who scored over 10,000 first-class runs, some people might find surprising, but confidence in your footwork, trusting in the pitch. There's a lot of sort of mental, emotional things that go into batting. Looks easy from the sidelines, but when you're sort of feeling for the ball rather than trusting the way the ball's going to hit the bat, it's a completely different game.
Three not outs for Robson in 16 innings, but an average of 25, 150, top score of 76. Stoneman averaging 23.5. Simpson averaging 24. Higgins miles away at the top, averaging 45. Carey's averaging 19. Peter Milan averaging 17. Max Holden averaging 17. Eskenazi averaging 14.5. Eskenazi comes back in later in the day, required either to chase runs or hold up an end. The interesting thing here as well is much of the Aegeus Bowl, all the talk about the first 15-20 overs, and then all of a sudden it was quite a soft ball, a very different game. We saw a bit of that yesterday, didn't we? The ball, as I understand from the players involved in the game at Wantage Road against Kent, down at the Aegeus and now here in this second Kookaburra game, is that the ball has kept its firmness a little bit more because it's not such an abrasive surface as had been produced at Wantage Road as well for a spinning surface against Kent. But even still, as we saw yesterday, Middlesex really had to labour. And had to bowl extremely well actually to keep that run rate down for so long, and it was only once the second new ball came available that actually Northamptonshire started to push on again themselves, then started to lose wickets. So I'm sure that'll be on the mind. A reasonable start here, first 15-20 overs, then think about pushing that rate up and around the 3.5 where they had it in the first innings, Middlesex.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the introduction of Eskenazi was to try and do that, to sort of get to Murtagh walking in front of the tent, tripping over the wire. Always sort of, when people, it's like when you sort of, well, what's going to happen, trying to predict the future. I mean, you've got to look after the next few steps in front of you. Just walking, looking in the horizon, you're going to trip over things, aren't you? So, and again, shot there by Sam Robson. But that's Middlesex's challenge now, really, is to take a longer view on this match. And the one that you sort of said most sides would do was sort of, let's just play and see where we are around tea time. Looking to be positive between the wickets, so run hard, that's something that's important. Look, put the opposition under pressure with the singles, but equally look at what's in front of you in the next half an hour, trying to get through that, well, the next 10 minutes.
That's the hip of Robson. That's the interesting one, isn't it? Up the hill there, you'd expect to find a little bit of bounce. That was how he wrapped on the gloves of Eskenazi as well, wasn't it? All that, just that extra bit of bounce from the Benham end. Sorry, from the Lake end up the hill.
Well, White's quite a tall bowler, isn't he? Hits the pitch quite hard, so he's going to get a little bit of bounce. And he'll be looking for that uneven bounce to help him with his job of trying to take wickets today.
Said that he picked up this pair in the first innings. Stoneman bowled for 51. Robson caught McManus for 28. Those were his 2 wickets. 2 for 59 from 19 for White. Sanderson 3 for 77 from 20. Picked up Bamber, the night watchman. Milan for 15, caught by Gay, and then Roland Jones LBW for 16. Lift again.
Good delivery there by White. A bit of extra bounce. Sam Robson sort of withdrew the bat, really, didn't he, rather than committed to playing it, but it's on a line where you're looking to play the ball and make a late decision to try to pull your bat away.
Oh, now that keeps a fraction low. Well, mind you, it was reasonably full of length, but dies in its way through
Just
the
wide
keeper.
there. Maybe just didn't bounce as much as the previous one, but maybe not short enough to cut.
The over 7 done. 4 done indeed, 7 without loss. That probably is the one thing that we'll look for most today. It would be the bounce on the final day. Wouldn't expect that all of a sudden it's going to start seaming again. There's a bit of seam movement that first day, a little bit of swing, a bit of grass covering left arm.
Yeah, and I think I mean, we always used to say, normally it was batsmen that were captains, so batsmen were the ones sort of having the biggest influence on what you do at the toss and how they think the pitch is going to go. And as a bowler, you'd often say, well, as a bowler you might well have something to work with on the first day, which is a bit of seam, so if you ask them to bat, stick them in, then we're okay. And if we bat first, maybe you get a bit of inconsistent bounce to work with on the 4th day, at the back end of the match. So it's up to you batters. What would you rather face? Would you rather face a first seaming ball on day 1, or a ball that's going a little bit more up and down towards the back end of the match? So you make the decision as such. We've always got something to bowl with as bowlers, potentially, but equally the harder that ball, the more sort of accentuated the inconsistencies are, and the quicker it happens too.
Nicely bowled. Once again from Sanderson. I've been promising those scores elsewhere all morning. We'll do those in a moment.
Particularly Sanderson gone over the wicket here. We're talking about bowlers coming around the wicket to Stoneman. Sanderson's been a good bowler, hasn't he, for Northants. Sort of in your Tim Murtagh just walked in front of us there. Tim Murtagh sort of role, hasn't he? Josh Davey, who's bowled well for Somerset for a period of time.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, medium pacer. Bowls it on a beer mat most of the days. Gets a little bit of movement. He's constantly asking questions of the forward defensive of a batsman, as he's doing here with Stoneman.
Let's have a look at the economies of the first innings. Sanderson 3 for 77 off 20 overs, economy of 3.85. Taylor 3.88 for his 2 for 62 from 16, although Mike Selvey particularly enjoyed the bowling of Tommy Taylor. Taylor was saying a late bloomer. Sal was feeling that he was carrying the most threat. Stoke-on-Trent ball, Staffordshire lad, but yeah, Derbyshire second 11, then Leicestershire and Northants.
A lot of cricketers come from Staffordshire, don't they?
Dominic Corksey, Stoke as well.
Yeah, well, always that. Well, Sid Barnes, he was the sort of most famous, wasn't he? But for a minor county, or shouldn't say minor county, national county as they are called now, but it's a real cricketing hotbed is Staffordshire, even though it's not got a county with first class status.
One of the finest late bloomers of all. We're talking about Tommy Taylor being a late bloomer, but Alan Richardson was Staffordshire as well, wasn't he? Took a while to get his career going. Really held up by injuries at Middlesex. Very, very unlucky. It's a beaut. Lovely from White. The channels are good at the moment.
It's a good line of length, but it hasn't nipped away. Again, it's an element of a out of form, lacking low in confidence batter sort of feeling for the ball, isn't there? It's been a good line and length ball, but it's not sort of jagged and leapt alarmingly away from Robson.
Leg side. A little high as well.
Yeah, both there. High, that did nip back. I think it hit him on the thigh. Maybe a bit higher, maybe a bit lower than that, but quite a lot happening there. Well, that's good bowling there from White, so nipped one back. Robson will be wondering when the next one goes back, and that's the one that gets you groping for the ball outside off stump, which obviously brings the slips into the game.
38 and 14 at Hampshire for Robson. He scored 96 in the seconds against Somerset at Radlett just prior to that. Obviously that break up for the T20s. Desperate to get the season going with some runs though, Robson. Had a fine couple of years actually. Two noises on that one. Right back on that one, Robson. Toe end of the bat saves him into the offside. Whether it would have gone on to hit or not, but certainly that would have put something in the mind of the batter. 7 without loss after 6, another maiden.
Well, Robson survived that over, not particularly convincing by any stretch of the imagination. Did it keep low, short of a length? It has kept a little low, but slightly exaggerated by Sam. Don't know whether that delivery's sort of affected his bat, but it's certainly a question of getting through this. It's not been easy for Middlesex these first 6 overs. Northampton bowled particularly well. Again, you were saying about yesterday afternoon watching the game, and the pitch looked pretty flat. It's not really looked like way so far in this innings. Eskenazi's opened the batting, retired hurt, one bounced slightly, hit him on a sore finger. He's walked off to get some help with that discomfort. Stoneman's been out there 6 balls, he's 6 overs, he's not got to get off the mark, and Robson is having some problems.
Runs that one away. Over the top of it, Stoneman with the angled bat. Picks up a couple. Let's get off the mark. 14th ball for Stoneman. Northamptonshire produced their biggest partnership of the season yesterday. Something Middlesex will definitely have to think about today in this chase. Getting in, playing a long game. Whiteman and Proctor with that partnership. Whiteman and Proctor came together with the score on 60 when Gay retired hurt. On 158. Just drops the hands, Stoneman. On the other side of a failed chase by Middlesex a few years back, or quite a few years back now, at Chesley Street. I'm sure you remember it. 117, I think they were bowled out for Middlesex, and a chase of something around 119. They were sat on a real scrap of a pitch at Chesley Street.
Those Chris Rogers, I think, were they?
Yeah, I think Rogers was skipper at that point. Seems to ring a bell. Pretty angry interview at the end of the match, if I recall. One of those where you wait for the interview at the end, not looking forward to it at all as the journalist. stop. Holden to a single. Stayman's on to 5, Middlesex 12 without loss. Alright, let's do it. Scores elsewhere. Keep getting interrupted every time we go to do it. Lancashire 42 without loss, requiring 388. Further runs at Blackpool. Can Essex force the victory? Keep that pressure on Surrey at the top of the table and maybe put Lancashire in a bit of trouble at the other ends. Essex were all out, or were declared indeed 292 for 8 yesterday. Century for Lawrence. Bracewell 61 from 35, topping things up. Off for rain at Taunton, where Hampshire following on a 45 for 3. Applied to Somerset's 500 in the first innings. They were skittled yesterday for 330, but that was quite the fight back.
Yeah, frustrating there for Somerset. Got themselves in an excellent position. They'll be having their ground staff on their toes, that's for sure.
Rested the bowling attack as well for this game, didn't they? For finals day, Brooks, Ogborn, Bashir and Bess. And, there was
Bess is back. Has he been on loan a bit?
Yeah, I think this might be his first back, is it? It's his first one back. It's, yeah, there was much made of a very depleted Somerset lineup going into that match, and then they had Hampshire 88 for 6. 152 for 8, but Kyle Abbott 89 unbeaten. Organ 97. Bruce stumped through off the bowling Bashir. Then looked up Abbott's highest first class score, which was also unbeaten. I think it was 97. So they're stranded twice shy of maiden first class ton. Surrey are 239 for 5, leading Nottinghamshire by 195 runs at the Oval.
Someone always seems to come up, don't they, and do something this year for Surrey. Sign of a side that's not got the name on the trophy, but certainly you are doing well. It's amazing how people crop up and produce career bests and bits and pieces there, and they've had a good start to the day. Laws, the night watchman, he's 17 not out, been out there for an hour, so making a nuisance of himself.
Nottingham shot a century from Young, 145 in that innings. Did well actually there, because they were were 284 for 6, 246 for 5. At that point they'd have been slightly concerned about the deficit. Surrey 355, but pushed on to 399, looking pretty useful now with Surrey leading by 196 on 240 for 5. New Zealander Young in his debut match for Nottinghamshire, getting that century. 13 tests. Into the 8th here, 13 without loss. Middlesex had 55 minutes. Final day. It wrapped up nicely for Middlesex this morning. Those final 3 wickets. Target of 323, 13 without loss after 8. The required rate pushes up from 3.5 to 3.7. That won't perturb Middlesex a great deal at the moment.
survival's been the name of the game so far. Northampton's bowling attack's been pretty accurate and on the money with the way that it's looking to challenge the Middlesex batters. Plenty playing and missing. Yeah, so Middlesex will be just aiming to keep surviving really at this moment in time and see how things unfold as the day wears on.
Nice shot from Stoneman. Chase is on, but it's going to beat. The fielder and 4 more. Nice shot. Zaib giving chase.
So Sanderson bowled a good over the previous over, 2 or 3 player misses, a couple of sort of controlled shots by Stoneman to get himself going, but come back round the wicket there, just a little bit of the width. Enough for Stoneman really just to push it, really timed the ball beautifully there, didn't he? Threw backward point for 4.
His first boundary, single to follow. 14 balls to get off the mark, wasn't it, for Stoneman? 18 without loss in the 9th. And that run rate, 2.16, that was pretty much what Northamptonshire were going at throughout the game. Really charged through the second half of their second innings though. 48 from Keough, 46. Zaib and Taylor were sent in ahead of him to give it a bit of a biff. Whiteman stepped it up as he went along, Gay clearly at the end of his innings as well, moving things along. Crucial for Middlesex, looks all the more crucial now indeed that they wrapped up those 3 wickets so quickly this morning.
But equally, you look at the 3 wickets and there weren't a great deal to do with the pitch, was there? There was one caught down the leg side, one top edge cut, caught third man, well caught by Peter Milan down at third man, and then a complete mess up for the run out. So nothing in the 7 balls that Middlesex bowled to suggest the pitch had changed, but that's again with an older ball and in different circumstances.
It's nicely bowled again. On to go the 9th, let's have another look.
Just looking at Sam's sort of batting here, and again, all right, someone with limited batting experience, but his feet, there's no commitment, is there? There to the front foot, almost stuck in the crease, just pushing the bat at the ball, hoping rather than knowing you're going to make contact with him, with it.
It's on that one, picks up a single down to long leg to end the over. 9 gone, 19 without loss. Broad, I thought, in the first innings, his first class debut for Northamptonshire, his LBW helm for 31 off of 78 deliveries. Was very much trying to let that ball come on. There wasn't a great deal of foot movement. There was one reflection on that first morning where Middlesex bowled well in the first innings, but did they bowl quite full enough in the first morning? Was what I understand was their own summary of that first morning. Immediately after lunch, Helm put it right up there to Broad, trapped him LBW. He's trying his best to let the ball come onto him, play it late. It's very similar to what Robson's doing at the moment, but equally on this type of pitch, if there is a little bit in the bounce, that can be dangerous. Here's Taylor for the first time. Places White, which is an interesting move. Change of ends for White, perhaps.
Could be, could come down the hill after Sanderson. Expect to get a little bit more bounce running up the hill. Ball sort of hitting a downward slope tends to sort of flatten out a bit, keep a little bit lower, not sort of obviously skid through low, but the natural trajectory of a ball hitting the surface.
I say, the former president, Mike Selvey, was impressed by what he saw of Taylor. Felt that he carried a fair amount of threat. Most likely, I think, may have been the term that he used.
Well, like White, he's a big, strong man, isn't he?
Is one of the great charms for me about cricket. Nothing better than a late bloomer. Gareth Berg with Middlesex as well. We mentioned Alan Richardson earlier, didn't we? 28 years of age now. Taylor.
Why do you like a late bloomer?
There's just something, the romance about it, isn't there, in cricket? You don't really see it in many other sports, do you? Football, you don't really see a late bloomer in football.
Just a list of sort of late blooming players from other sports have been reeled off to my right here.
Ian Wright and Jamie Vardy.
Pull shot of the evening there of the day by Stoneman. It's quite short enough? Question mark.
Led to his downfall in the first innings.
It did, yeah.
Had
You're obviously questioning sort of some of the questioning of you to my right.
He was 21 when he moved to Crystal Palace. I was told he was 26 and a late bloomer. Utah. Years at Crystal Palace, 128 league goals, 8 seasons, sorry. Single 20 over 21 without loss after 10.
I suppose the talent ID systems that are in place in pathways sort of mean they're less likely to get the late bloomer, aren't they? They're sort of, certainly when I came through, I wouldn't have called myself a late bloomer, but equally I wasn't picked for any age group sides until I was 17. So, and they all happened quite quickly for me after that. But nowadays, I suppose that all counties are looking for the sort of that little diamond that no one's found somewhere within their system that sort of escaped the eyes of all the junior coaches as they sort of monitor young cricketers coming in from under 11s upwards, really. But there's less likely to be a late bloomer now, and equally you hope that because someone's not been in your system, it's an admission of sort of that you've missed something somewhere, and you keep pursuing with the ones that you've sort of backed and picked at a younger age. So you'd like to think the system will be open enough and accepting, yeah, we missed that, we got him wrong, he's come through or she's come through and surprised us. A bit like Toby Roden-Jones. I mean, you could argue he's not a late bloomer because he was only 21, 22, but equally it sort of disappeared from a county pathway system at the age of 15, 16 and suddenly reappears a bit further down the line. I suppose you think of blokes making their international debuts at a late age.
Strauss was 27, wasn't he, before he made his Test debut? That's the one that always stuck in my mind. Let's check everything now, aren't I?
I know, you said Strauss was 26, 27, I'm not sure. Was he that old? I mean, there are some bowlers that sort of played a couple of matches that sort of to suit, like Munton and Malander, I remember.
Oh, that keeps low and gone. That didn't get up at all for Stoneman. 21 for 1. Breakthrough for Northamptonshire on this final day. Chase that's going to mean an awful lot to both sides. There's the frustration of Stoneman.
Yeah, quick decision there by the umpire, which suggested it was pretty straight. It did keep a little low, off a fullish length, hit him halfway up the shin. Like it would have gone onto middle and leg, so fair enough decision there. So Middlesex lose their first wicket. And no surprise, it's Sanderson who's made the breakthrough. Middlesex sort of surviving, looking a little bit more positive in the last couple of overs, but Sanderson's might have produced something that's got through Stoneman's defence. Middlesex lose their first wicket in the 11th over.
Real frustration from Stoneman. Particularly need the second look at that one, or to see his own frustration instinctively. It just said to me that's not hit high up the pad, and enough to beat that inside edge. The bat coming down from Stoneman. 21 for 1, big wicket. His average pretty similar to Robson's though this season so far. Stoneman talks about Robson having a difficult season, not quite looking himself. Peter Milan certainly will be desperately keen for some runs. We mentioned his innings at Worcestershire at the end of last season on a very tricky surface. Middlesex need their overseas now. On a hat-trick, Sanderson. Top of offs taken. 21 for 2. It's an outstanding piece of bowling. Just clips the top of off. What a ball to get first up for Milan.
Looked a beautiful delivery that. Milan, I suppose, searching for the ball first ball. Sanderson right on the money. As it nipped away. It's just held its line really, isn't it? Not a big forward push. Slightly hesitant in the crease push. And the ball's beating the outside edge and taking the top of off. So what looked to be a solid, if not convincing, start by Middlesex suddenly become Northant's little mini session here. See the delight there. Fielder at first slip. And Max Holden walks out there. Hat-trick ball to face.
That was a cool. Oh, I mean, that's a great delivery to receive first up, isn't it? He hasn't done a great deal off the straight, but just outside of the top of off. Perfect from Sanderson. And now, say Max Holden with the hat-trick ball to face, and Middlesex having to be a little bit wary now. 21 for 2. Eskenazi has retired injured as well. They do have a lot of batting in this game, Middlesex, but 323 is an awfully big target. Square leg by Holden, who survives the hat-trick ball. It is off the mark as well. 22 for 2.
Yeah, legitimate hat-trick. You were wondering in the first over of the day when Tom Helm got 2 wickets in 3 balls, and the ball in between the 2 wickets was a no ball, whether that would have counted as a hat-trick of sorts. But Max Holden manages to keep this one out and get himself off the mark.
.22 for 2. Stoneman and Milan removed in the over. Eskenazi, well, for sure be taking painkillers at the moment. Having some ice on that finger. Middlesex may well need him before the day's done.
Just looking behind the two fielders there, two players there in the background. Middlesex is second 11, or the players not playing in this game, going through their drills. So to you, Strauss is a late bloomer at 26. So if you're a late bloomer at 26, when are you over the hill? I wish I was 26 again.
Mercer arriving at Middlesex at 27. Took a bit of a punt on him at that age. It's beautifully bowled by Taylor again. They're right on it this morning, Northamptonshire. It won't be lost on them equally, this Kookaburra ball, that to really get something out of it, you have to go well at the start. Nicely run.
I made my test debut at 23. What sort of state of my bloomage is that?
Knackered.
Before I started. That's just the appearance you gave.
Yes, I want two.
Yes, I want two.
Yeah.
Clear cry from Robson. He gets them as well, comfortably so. 25 for 2. End of the 12th, another good one for Northamptonshire. 3 off it, but plenty of threat. 25 for 2. Made it through Division 1. Didn't make it through Division, or didn't make it to Division 2 indeed. Lancashire have lost their first wicket. I don't believe they had when we looked last. Jennings caught Buttleman, bowled Bracewell for 30. Wells still there on 30. Bohannon on 9. 77 for 1 in the 19th. 353. They're not going for that, are they? 77 for 1 in the 19th. Middlesex played a one-day game at Blackpool, if memory serves, during my time. A 4-day game at Southport in 2017, just along the coasts. I
remember playing a 40 over game at Blackpool. Two things to remember. One, I was caught and bowled Jack Simmons, who lost the game. Drill one back at me, dived full length and caught it one-handed. About 60 at the time, I think. And the other was, it was a 2 o'clock start, and quite a few of the blokes had spent the morning on the amusements and were absolutely worn out by the time we got to the game. Which probably wasn't the most professional thing to do.
Will a Blackpool rock?
Well, I don't know, they've been on the rides up and down and everywhere, and suddenly get to the...
I'm having visions of Tufnell here.
Well, I don't think Tufnell was in there 40 overs, so I was going to say something more sort of dodgy about Tuffers, but they probably wouldn't have been there because 40 over game.
Races away for 4. .29 for 2. Another beaut from Sanderson, who really have held a beautiful line and length this morning, Northamptonshire. That lifts through the bat inside the line hold, and good bounce from Sanderson. The 13th, 29 for 2. 2015 was the Royal London One Day Cup match there, Middlesex versus Lancashire. Just remember it being a very, very long day all the way to Blackpool and back again. Here, it's a relatively short journey home for Northamptonshire. It'll be a very short journey home if they can take 16 points with them. It's a nice shot by Robson. Lovely push. Races through. Covers 4 more.
Robson's first boundary of the day. More positive in the foot movement. Found the game. Lancashire Middlesex, Stanley Park, 7th of August 1988. 40 over match. Lancashire 207. Fraser 2 for 27, I think. Well bowled.
10-11.
Graham Fowler bowled Fraser. And Warren Hegg bowled Fraser. Mendes, Fowler, Jesty, Fairbrother, Watkinson, Hughes, Hayhurst, Austin Allett, Simmons, Hegg. That was the Lancashire side. Middlesex 155 all out, 37.4 overs. Fraser, caught and bowled Simmons, null. Our side was Slack, Carr, Needham, Gatting, Butcher, Brown, Embry, Downton, Hughes, Fraser and Cowans. So no Tufnell.
Heard noise for a moment there. It's a lovely ball again. Just fished it a little, Robson. Who's the spinner in that team? Yeah.
For Middlesex, Andy Needham. And Embury. Should have forgotten Knuckles, should
Who?
I? Yeah. Only got 2,000 wickets.
Surrey apparent on this morning, just so it took us to the other scores. That talk of Blackpool 266 for 5, Jacks has 57, Laws 25. So their lead is now 2-2-2. Do they think about pushing on a little bit more and a dart at Nottinghamshire before lunch? Not Slater, Hamid, Young, Clark, Montgomery, Moores, Hutton. Jack's back. Ricochets around. Robson survives. Could have gone anywhere. Good over again from Taylor. None for 9 from 3 for him. Middlesex 33 for 2 after 14.
Just, I'd say the website cricketarchive.com, which you look at for a lot of matches and things like that, and scores. Malta 179 for 8, Luxembourg 137 for 9. There's the results you're finding. France 177 for 5, Luxembourg 126 for that. Luxembourg aren't very good. A couple of games that just appeared.
Deep back on point. In position. Cover will get there first.
So for Malta, we've got 179 in 20 overs against Luxembourg. Zishan Khan, 115, 64 balls, 10 4 6 sixes. Before we start getting emails saying what on earth is he going on about, I'll leave it.
Played Robson. Right up there again. He's played it late, hasn't he? We're talking about how far forward he's getting at the moment. Full straight, full face of the bat on it though as he pushes back. Down on that one there. The Cricket World Cup qualifiers in Zimbabwe may well have slipped me by, but for the facts, or perhaps slipped me by, but you know, I was aware of it before, more so because I did an interview with Dave Houghton because it was hosted out there. And Namibia, the first thing that alerted me to it, Namibia missed out to the United States, didn't they? The World Cup qualifiers, which was a real blow for Namibia after their exploits at the T20 World Cup.
Was it you who was saying that there's really good competition there, and Zimbabwe really got behind the national side?
Yeah, it was absolutely packed out there. Dave Houghton, he was quite emotional. I did an interview with him. I was as well, listening to him. He just said it felt like Zimbabweans had found something to truly love, were his words, which were, it was really nice, because he was clearly passionate about it. He said they were having to put up stands outside the ground for people to watch on TV. The support was so big. Lost out chase against Scotland, who then themselves were eliminated by Netherlands, and by that point the West Indies and Ireland are already out.
They never seem to get it right, do they, the ICC, with the World Cup, or whether it's the media that never allow them to get it right, but it's either too long a tournament, too many sides, or it's too small, and you can't help but feel that 10 is too few. The fact that you have had this qualifying tournament that's obviously been a lot of interest, but with Sri Lanka, Netherlands, Scotland, Ireland, West Indies in it, and Namibia, as you mentioned a moment ago.
They didn't even make the qualifying tournament. They were knocked out of they didn't make the qualifying tournament at the expense of the United States.
But surely a World Cup's got to give an opportunity for these sides to come through and see themselves against the best sides in the world. Shot Max, flipped through mid-wicket, 4 runs.
The other one's the West Indies. The hopes of West Indies cricket really becoming a force again. It's not going to be helped by the West Indies not being at the World Cup, and a 10-team World Cup. You stand to risk missing out on a Sri Lanka or a West Indies being there.
And I suppose people might say, well, you're only there if you deserve to be there, and therefore you've got to go and win this tournament. But having 10 teams playing in it, surely you can create a schedule that allows you to get the games through, so that it's not a 6-week tournament, it can still be a 4.5 week tournament, or however long it takes. I covered 2 World Cups when I was a journalist, one in South Africa and one in the West Indies, and I don't feel they sort of endless sort of tournaments that were never going to end. But yeah, in cricket still, I suppose other sports are contemplating the World Cup, and the number of teams that qualify and the number of groups and things, but cricket seems to never have 2 tournaments that are the same. Be interesting to see focus of, well, cricket is obviously rightly dominated by the Ashes at this moment in time, and both Ashes, to be honest, the women and the men's. I mean, that was a remarkable win by England last night. Kate Cross, we thought they were I was watching that on my phone and thought they were in trouble when they lost the 8th wicket, but a fantastic effort to keep this series alive, and the men playing their part too. The Ashes ends, it will then quickly turn to the Cricket World Cup in October, November in India. I suppose the amazing thing this summer, Middlesex coming through that over, a couple of nice shots by Max Holden, 38 for 2 after 16. The amazing thing this summer is that in the middle of July now, and not been a white ball game of cricket played by England yet this summer.
then amid Jack White.
The one-day internationals being played during the 100, I don't think there are they? They'll try to make the players available. But September's going to be a busy month for the one-dayers.
Shot, good stop. It's all part of it today as well for Northamptonshire, isn't it? Make sure they're tight in the field, not let anything get through. That would have felt good for Robson. Nice on drive. Feel just as good though, some more runs. Not quite as good as a nice full-blooded on drive, but he does get a boundary for it, Robson. He's on to 15.
Nice shot there by Sam Robson. I think it's almost important sometimes when you do play a good shot and there's a good bit of field and you get some runs quite soon afterwards, because that sort of frustration, I've missed out there. Should be on 15 and I'm only on 11, but you suddenly get away and you can emotionally move on from that. So White just getting a bit straight, and Robson clipping him through square leg.
Former opening pair as well at Middlesex, aren't they? Holden and Robson. Settling things down here, trying to get through this new Kookaburra ball.
Kookaburra.
Go on, say it for me.
Is it Kuka or Cooker? I'm lazy. It's Kuka if you want to be a bit...
Probably only ever heard it said by foreign accents, because we never talk about it over here before, do we? So I've probably only heard Aussies or New Zealanders. South Africans, what do they use over there? Kookaburras.
I think they look... China. It's funny, the other week, so the Lord's Test finished on the Sunday. Australia beat England, and Merv Hughes, the sort of legendary Australian fast bowler, came to the bar that we've got a small interest share in Chelmsford St Peter, and he was talking about getting his been presented with an Australian cap, and now you talk the emblems, explain to you, and why there's the emu and the kangaroo on it, not because they're native animals of Australia, but because neither animal can move backwards. So therefore you're charged with taking this country, this team forward, and that's what the emblems sort of says. And then he said, and you look at the England badge and there's 3 lions on there, and he said, why is that? And no one had the answer. He said, it's to make you South Africans feel at home. Which is quite a good line, actually. And I'll leave you with that.
Single, deep square setback, holding on to 12, 43 for 2. Thanks to Angus Fraser, Alan Coleman alongside myself, Kevin Hand, through until lunch here on the live stream. These two have just settled it down again for Middlesex at the start of the innings.
They have, yeah. Obviously 2 wickets in 2 balls. Max Holden walking out there on a hat-trick, but Robson and Holden have restored that calmness just in the innings here after the drama. Obviously a bit of drama with Eskenazi's finger early on as well, so it's felt like quite a frantic 17 overs so far. Hopefully a quiet half an hour to come.
Anything you can tell us about that finger of Eskenazi? He obviously got hit on it this morning.
Yeah, very sore, no long-term damage, looks a bit messy around the nail and very swollen. So obviously he's been off the field a lot during this game with it. But yeah, I'm pretty certain he'll be back out there at some stage. I guess it's just Middlesex trying to identify the right moment to get him back out there, and the theory of him opening the batting was one just to, there's no point him sitting around here waiting to go in at 8 and fretting about a finger. Let's get out there and try and be positive and aggressive and take the game to Northants. Obviously 5 balls in, he wears one on the finger and all best laid plans out the window, but I'm sure he'll be back at some stage.
Selby was pretty impressed by this guy Taylor in the first innings.
Yeah, big competitor, Tommy Taylor. Obviously spent a bit of time at Leicestershire, moved from Leicestershire to Northants. His younger brother James is at Surrey. He was at Derby and is now at Surrey, so a well-travelled family. I think the thing with Taylor, if you look at this delivery, he's got very high release points, so he gives the illusion that the ball's angling in at the right-handed batter. So he almost releases at 12 o'clock on the clock face, and then has got the ability just to shape the ball away from the right-hander. So I think as a right-handed batter, you feel like you've got to play at it, and then it just beats you on the outside. So you can see that he's almost just beyond 12 o'clock, beyond the perpendicular. So Robson will be feeling like that ball is always coming in at him. And the skill then from Taylor is if he can get that ball to swing away. Robson's playing at a ball he doesn't want to. You saw that a couple of overs ago. Robson sort of feeling for the ball at 5th or 6th stump. So good competitor, Taylor.
Yeah, no, got to get back. Holden's in trouble. Oh, he's home. Robson sent back by Holden.
We've seen some run-outs in this game already, haven't we? One this morning. Inside edge here from Holden into square leg. Holden looked like he wanted to go, then stopped. Robson, momentum took him down the hill. Very tight, that one. Robson just back, I think, just back. Kev's not as sure as I am. I'm pretty sure he was back.
It was tighter than I thought. When the throw missed, I thought, okay, safe. And then, grab it, fling it back at the stumps. He's home.
I think the most positive thing from that perspective there is that in these situations, Middlesex have lost a couple of wickets this morning. You can be very defensive, and it's actually good that they are looking to run. Robson's looking for a single there, and I think that's a really positive thing, to try and keep that scoreboard ticking over, look for singles, look to rotate the strike with the left and right-handed batting combination, just to make things a bit more difficult for Northant. So great intent for Middlesex, and lucky that no wicket was lost.
No run clearly conveyed on that occasion.
Sam Robson's talking between the wickets is something worth listening to. That for those in the ground and on the screen, you may be able to pick it up from the pitch side microphone, but he does give a bit of a running commentary while he's out there. I think he clipped one off his legs a couple of overs ago down to the commentary position and said, "I would like 2 runs there, please."
Yep, we heard that. It was beautiful. I could be in trouble when he retires. It's beautiful from White.
We were discussing, I do think there's a Sam Robson podcast in there somewhere. I think that would be interesting listening. Yeah, White round the wicket there to Holden, just using the angle, making him play, and then just taking it away from the left-hander. Hits the surface hard, Jack White, big seamer. He came from Cheshire, from minor counties cricket, I believe.
It's nice from Holden. Chases on. Proctor, slide, keeps it in. They've taken 3. Holden moves level with Robson. 6. 46 for 2.
Was a lovely push up the slope here at Merchant Taylor's. Lovely bit of timing from Max Holden. Barely extended his arms through there, but little punch up the ground, 3 runs. Just held up by the hill. Had it been the other end, it would have easily raced away for 4. Good work by Proctor.
The ball from the late end, Rob Keogh.
Spin into the attack. 20th over, Rob Keogh. Out for 48 last night. 3 wickets in the first innings though.
We saw with that Josh DeCare's delivery last night, didn't we? A bit of turn and a bit of bounce. So Keogh could play a major part this afternoon, you would think, for Northants. Holden, usually a very good player of spin. We saw that in the T20 in the middle order for Middlesex. One of the reasons that Holden was dropped into the middle order was his ability to play spin. So this could be a really good contest between the two.
Yeah, crucial moment this. Oh, till lunch. 15. Just over 15 minutes. Plenty of chatter, as you'd expect from Northamptonshire, but we're all really looking for just that first ball that he'll try and get on a decent length and see how much response he gets out of the surface. Width for Holden. Doesn't resist. No loud cry from Robson. I'd only thought of a second. He scored that magnificent century, didn't he, for Middlesex in defeat at Lords. An incredible knock. He's almost single-handedly taking Middlesex towards victory.
Just nicely worked into the leg side there from Robson, just for a single. Middlesex 48 for 2, 2 balls left in this over.
It's that bit of bite that we were looking for. The first ball to try and really give it a chance, see what it finds. Use of the feet, Cryer catch it. Plenty of chatter around the bat, but it's a boundary for Holden, and it's 50 up for Middlesex at the end of the 20th.
Looks like Max Holden's just popped his pink shirt and his blue pads on for this one. Bit of T20 mode, ran down the wicket to the off-spinner Keogh. Picked the ball up nicely there over mid-wicket. Big space out there, there's only a deep square leg on the rope, so a big space for him to work the ball into. Very good footwork that you'll see here, just to pick up Rob Keogh's length. 4 welcome runs for Middlesex.
There for Robson. 54 for 2.
You'd have seen that a few times over the years, Kev, I think, commentating on Sam Robson batting. Bowler just straying a bit too straight into his left hip. Robson tickling it round the corner for 2 well-timed runs.
Well, you mentioned his early days just a moment ago off mic. We were just discussing when he came through. That was the first shot, really, wasn't it, for Robson, this nuggety youngster. All of a sudden, just to clip off the hips and time beautifully. Again, this time off the legs, just a single, but yeah, that was the shot of a young lad just up on his hip glancing, and the timing of the glance.
It was one of the things Sam said earlier on in the season, actually. Obviously Middlesex had a tough start, games against Essex at Lords and then Northampton away, where the bowlers really dominated, and Sam sort of came off into the third game and said, I've not even had a clip ball yet, or a cut, you know, renowned for scoring with his strong cut shot or a clip off his hip. And the difference between Division 1 and Division 2 cricket, that he hadn't actually had one stray anywhere near straight that he could get off the mark with.
I thought Middlesex bowled exceptionally well on day one, restricting Northamptonshire 219. I know from one or two of the lads they were a bit disappointed themselves that they didn't get more than 272 in the first innings, but Northamptonshire again today, though, in this innings, they have barely left the spot, have they? Been outstanding in the channel that they bowled.
Yeah, it's been the story of the game, isn't it? Real disciplined bowling. There was only that one little period last night where Northampton scored a bit more freely in the game. The rest of it's been pretty attritional cricket for most of it, where the bowlers have been very disciplined.
And it's credit to Division 1, really, isn't it? You think that Northamptonshire are bottom with 1 win at the moment, and they'll know unless they win today it's going to be very, very difficult for them to stay in Division 1. But it's a batting lineup that's got a lot of potential. Similarly, the bowling's been impressive in this match as well, so a mark of where the game is at in this country at the moment, I think. The quality of the battle here in this match.
Yeah, agreed. Very impressive with the bat, Northants, I think. Vasconcelos and Gay, very good opening partnership there. Lots of quality from Vasconcelos. We've seen over recent years how good a player he is in county cricket, and I think Emilio Gay's got a very bright future as an opening batter. Such a unique skill, being able to bat against the new red ball at the moment, and seen England's challenges in trying to find a combination. I think Gay's got a very bright future ahead of him.
the over. 55 for 2. How long till lunch? 10 minutes.
You hungry, Kev?
I was thinking, oh yes. I was thinking about scores elsewhere. Lancashire 130 for 1. Still 300 required for Lancashire. Almost got like, they beat Surrey last up, didn't they? So it's just at that stage of the season, a win now for Lancashire, does it just keep them on, but equally a defeat? And as Gus was saying, they're not out of sight for relegation themselves. So big day there. Essex will know they need to win that one, try and keep pace with Surrey. They've got it all to do to force a victory on the final day against Nottinghamshire.
You're into a big period of 4-day cricket here, aren't we, really? We're obviously, Middlesex played against Hampshire a week or so ago, this game, then 2 more, plus the 4 in September, so a lot could change. Lots of cricket to be played in this competition. You do often see it, sides get sucked into a relegation battle that they weren't expecting.
Maybe 2. There's our commentary again from Robson, just a single. Surrey are 291 for 7 now. They lead by 247, so it might be opening up to a natural conclusion, that game. I was wondering whether Surrey might push on. Law's still there on 46. Sean Abbott with him now. Clark last to go. LBW to Hutton for 2.
Bit more air there from Keogh, tempting Holden into. We saw the shot in the last over with the use of feet through mid wicket, asking Holden to do it again. Catch it broadly to shout, but fancy footwork attempted, which will allow them back for 2. Go with the apology. To apologise to Keogh last night for another reason, didn't he? He's not going to be in the good books right now. Run out yesterday, even a particularly angry Keogh picked up all the way back to the turn and bounce. Yeah, it's quite rare, isn't it? Just talking there, three run outs for Northampton in the game. Sanderson run out first innings by Helm. Keogh run out last night, and then Gay run out this morning. It's an interesting one that. You got 20 wickets in a game, and you give 3 back to the opposition in run outs.
These two nearly had one themselves, but survived the calamity. 58 for 2. Came together with the score on 21. Bowen was out first ball, a hat-trick. Ball faced by Holden, 35 deliveries later, he has 22. Robson, who did come in at 3 because Eskenazi opened. And yeah, what we were muttering was, had Robson ever come in at 3 twice before for Middlesex in an innings? Has he always been an opener? So when Rogers and Strauss are together, I fancy Rogers dropped to 3. Strauss and Robson opened.
Because Strauss had that little period, didn't he, in 2011? Was it 2011 when Middlesex got promoted? With the famous Gareth Berg innings up at Leicester. But yeah, Strauss played a little bit in that campaign, didn't he, when he dropped out from England duty?
Nice clip from Robson. Once again, on to 21. Yeah, and that was Rogers' first year with Middlesex, wasn't it, 2011? Nick Compton then came back. He went in at 3 rather than opener. Gubbins and Robson, the opening pair. Beautiful around the wicket.
Seen this in the previous couple of overs from White there, just wide on the crease from the Benham end, angling the ball into the left-handed hold and just getting it to leave him off the surface. big thing here from White round the wicket, obviously threatening Holden's stumps and front pad, but also trying to create probably a bit more rough for Keogh to work in. Keogh's bowled a lot from the lake end, so the more White bowls around the wicket here, the deeper the footholes will get. Outside the right-hander's off stump.
More of those scores elsewhere. Jacks, by the way, had gone for 60 LBW to Hutton as well. Jordan Clark following quickly, 294 for 7. Sorry, that leads now 250.
Hutton's done very well, isn't he? Obviously was with Northants, was with Nottingham originally, went to Northants, gone back to Nottingham, and has looks like I don't know how many wickets he's got, but I think feels like he's had a very good season, a very good period here. Often in the wickets. Test of Kev's Googling skills here, just to see how quickly he can find out Brett Hutton's wicket count for the season.
Test of the Wi-Fi, you mean?
Have I ruined the illusion there? Are all the listeners and viewers thinking that you have extensive cricket knowledge, when all it is you're very good on Google?
It's the weight of the notepad. It's just taking me a moment to lift it up to the table here. 60 for 2, 23 overs bowled. It's on for the twiddlers, isn't it? Scorers and statisticians. Saw David Kendricks yesterday, Middlesex treasurer, who one of the, if not the most famous cricket scorer and statistician in the world. Made the World Test Championship table.
Has he got like a big Instagram following as a result of that sort of being the most famous? Or?
He should have.
He's a scoring and statistician influencer. That's what they're called, isn't it? Very knowledgeable, David, with his statistics. Sent me a presentation on Duckworth Lewis and the almost a way that we can explain it to the players.
It's in the air for a moment, off the outside of the bat. Get the single. Well, that caused a fair bit of excitement.
So it was actually a very interesting presentation around the impact of a wicket and how you can almost calculate how much it will go up to if you're out in the middle. Because obviously when you sit off you have a sheet and it tells you, but when you're out in the middle it's actually that risk reward of do we take a risk here. And
did any of them take it in?
I certainly did. Remains to be seen.
Oh, what's happened there? I think Max Holden had to step across in front of Keogh. Was he scratching away at the surface and wasn't back in his crease? Only just looked up in time to see it happen. I was looking down at statistics. No, didn't quite catch it. So that's the problem with the statistics. You can't commentate if you get bogged down by them. That's lunch. 61 for 2. Well, I think, again, yeah, one way that we've been trying to weigh this match, or I certainly have all the way through, is at the start of the session, what would Middlesex have thought? And 8 wickets standing, requiring 260 more runs. When they walked out there this morning, the lead of 314, 3 wickets standing, Middlesex may well have taken that at lunch.
I think so. The wicket column is the most important one really in the early parts of this run chase. 131 left per session, 262 the sort of remaining runs needed. So and you assume that's just over a tad over 4 and over now from the rest of the day. But you get 2 players in, you get a partnership, you put a bit of pressure back on the bowlers and get the bowlers into their 3rd or 4th spells of the day. You never know what can happen. So big eye on the wickets column for the next hour, I would say, after lunch.
Alan Coleman, thanks very much. Much appreciate your company on the mic this morning, and we'll be back after lunch just before 1:40 on the stream, and play will resume. Middlesex with a target of 323, a 61 for 2.
Please welcome onto the pitch our umpires, Tom Lunley and Paul Pollard.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Merchant Taylors School. 2 sessions left of what's been an intriguing game so far. Northamptonshire with their noses in front, you'd suggest. At what point did they get their noses in front? At some point yesterday evening, when that partnership really kicked on. Well, the partnership. First significant partnership of the summer really yesterday afternoon, but a paced one throughout the afternoon. The evening, the innings kicked on. A target of 323. Well, overnight, Middlesex could have fared a lot worse. 314 was the lead when Northamptonshire resumed this morning with 3 wickets still in hand and Gay there on 85. McManus coming out to join him. Sanderson certainly capable of sending it a long way. Whites was the number 11. Wrapped up pretty quickly though this morning. Didn't even take a couple of overs. But a couple of wickets are gone. Mark Stoneman and Peter Milan out this morning. Eskenazi had to retire injured. Having opened the innings, struck on that hand which he injured taking a catch in Northampton's first innings. So 61 for 2. Robson on 21, Holden on 24. The partnership worth 40 for the 3rd wicket. Middlesex requiring 262 more to win with 8 wickets standing. Needs a big partnership. It needs a centurion, a first centurion of the summer for Middlesex. Whiteman moving to 3 figures in this match, the 3rd time this summer that a Northamptonshire batter has reached 3 figures. Yet to see one for Middlesex. Needs to happen in this innings, and equally 323 if they make it will be their highest score of the summer. So a lot needs to happen for the hosts, but the risk reward today is pretty big. Northamptonshire will know if they don't pick up the win today, then their chances of staying in Division 1 are pretty remote. For Middlesex, couldn't quite go that far, but 16 points would certainly mean a lot more than 5 to them. Even though Northamptonshire are the team bottom of the table, losing to Northampton I don't think will be terminal for the season in terms of giving the points to a rival. They're clearly looking at the teams above them. Can they put enough points together to finish above Kent and or Nottinghamshire, the 2 teams immediately above? 61 for 2 then, 25th over of the innings. Sanderson into his 9th over, 2 for 19. 2 in 2. He had a hat-trick this morning when he was bowling to Holden, who clipped off his hip, if memory serves. That's nicely played, and it'll pick up a boundary as well for Holden. 65 for 2, Holden on to 28. Soft hands, angle back, gave himself every chance, Holden. Good follow up from Sanderson though. A little bit of width. Holden cashes in, beautiful shot. He's into the 30s, 69 for 2. 25th over. It's Kookaburra ball. Good pace, good bounce, good carry again through to the keeper from Sanderson. The last two. 69 for 2, but Middlesex will have to hope that this ball does soften, offer a little bit less assistance. They bowled well with it. They simply need to put some overs into the bowlers' legs, get themselves into a position with wickets in hand to increase that run rate later in the day to catch up with the required. Keogh to continue with his off spin. Catch it, the cry, single taken. Stride from Holden to defend that one. Off spinner to left-hander. But he does like spin. From Holden again. Much talked about him dropping to the middle order in the T20. Reason for that drop not being any sort of slant, but for his ability against spin. 5 off the over. Holden's on to 36 from 51. Middlesex are 74 for 2. So wait, you went to the garage, you didn't go to the Greg's garage, you just went to the garage with the garage. Is that the story?
Nice, Sandy!
There's that Robson clip. Timing's usually immaculate. Off the hips, through the onsides, just not quite going to make it. Slightly downhill as well. Backward of square. 3 it is. Robson's on to 25. Middlesex is 77 for 2. Stride from Holton again. "27 done, 77 for 2 Middlesex." Check in with the scores elsewhere. Brewing nicely here as we expected it to. Goes to the Oval first. Surrey top of the table. They're 309 for 8. They lead by 265. Might not be the worst thing in the world for Surrey to be bowled out. Have a go themselves at Notts. At Blackpool. Who doesn't want to go to Blackpool? Essex against Lancashire. The hosts are 155 for 3. Lancashire need 275 more for victory there. And Hampshire 90 for 5. Goodness me. Somerset bubbling up nicely towards finals day. Hampshire trail by 76 runs with 5 wickets standing. Ben Brown has 26 and Nick Gubbins has 16. And Hampshire have a problem against Somerset. Nice from Robson. Rightly enthusiastic Northamptonshire, but Robson back and across in a good position, played it nicely. Just a single. Single to end the over. So 78 for 2. Middlesex need 245 more to win. One point to Northamptonshire get a little nervous. I'd suggest still another 50 or 60 runs in this partnership before Northants get too nervous, but it's a solid start. So let's get 100 or so on the board. Let's hope that doesn't play a part. That's a glorious shot. Big bank of clouds behind the commentary tent. We are away to the right of screen, just out of shot there. Let's hope that doesn't interfere with matters. Good from Sanderson, right on that off stump again. Robson playing it late once more. Been watching that carefully all morning, but he traps the bat down. We're behind the school actually as we sit across. We're at cover, deep cover at the moment. That's our view, and just slightly out of view to the right over those trees there. Can see some rain falling in the distance. Hopefully that keeps disappearing. That's the edge of that bank of cloud that we just saw from the lake end looking up over the top of the Benham, which is where Sanderson's running in from now. Great work by our camera crew. We've got a slightly better day for it today, especially up on the stair lifts. Scissor lifts. One of them is old enough for a stair lift. I won't say which one. Scissor lifts are a bit windy over the first few days of the game. Get the stair lift out in a minute to get Gus back in here for the afternoon session for the commentary position. Second spell for Sanderson. Danger man, the 2 wickets gone so far. Put his toes, Robson. Looking to pull, had to just steer it in the end. Be watchful of that. Did you just move it all? Or was it just the height of it? Just wasn't quite happy, so decided not to go through with the shot, just to steer in the end. Almost that overhead smash. It is Wimbledon fortnight. It's fine. Robson's on to 30. Middlesex 82 for 2. Fine glance. Nicely done. Partnership's worth 62 now for the 3rd wicket. Third boundary for Sam Robson. That he's been out there for an hour, well, 107 minutes now. 67 minutes for Holden. Another hour of this for Middlesex. The nerves will start to switch to the visitors. The win percentage at the moment, what do we reckon? Northants, 30 Middlesex, 20 the draw. Nice shot. Single out for Holden, moves to 37. Big stride wide outside the off stump from Robson. The rain alarm's just gone off on my phone. Let's hope it drifts past. Looks as though there are any scattered showers though, so any interruption should be brief. 30 bowls, 83 for 2. Now that is just working out the direction of those clouds over the back of the school that you saw there. It feels as though they have shifted. That bit of rain that I was talking about, it's shifted just across the back of the school, not coming this way. Lots of excitement behind the stump, nothing from Sanderson really other than a belated throw up of the arm. High on the back leg, very high. .83 for 2, and Sanderson 2 for 34 in his 12th. Can they get through this one? Last ball of his 12th. So events elsewhere in between overs. Here. Sorry, a 9 down now. They lead by 265. 309 for 9. Lancashire 164 for 3. They need 266 more to beat Essex. Hampshire 96 for 5, trailing by 74 runs. Nice shot by Robson, just a single. Well fielded in the covers. Division 2, Leicester 130 for 1, replying to Glamorgan's 403 for 9 declared. Frustrating rain-affected game. Cardiff. Sussex are 340 for 8. They lead by 335 against Derbyshire at Hove in their second innings. Oh wow, what a ball that is! Keogh with a ripper. Holden's gone for 37. Just a little bit of the off stump on show there from Holden, but that's an absolute ripper from the Northamptonshire off spinner. Holden's played it so well. Oh well.
Max Holden bowls Keogh 37.
Looked like it did. So that clipped the top of it.
New batter, John Simpson.
Well, John Simpson makes his way out to the middle, 84 for 3. Let's have a look from behind again. .84 for 3. John Simpson on his birthday, big job to do for his side here. Squirts away. Single 20 over, 85 for 3. Simpson off the mark. Let's have a look again from behind. Just rolled the bail on its way over. That partnership was worth 63 for the third wicket, a big one. Keogh 1 for 19 from his 7 now. Holden, such a good player of spin. Simpson's going to need to be out there now, the left-hander to support Robson on 31. Still a bit of batting to come, but it was just getting to the point where He started to think this partnership could really do some damage, take a big chunk. It's helped stabilise things after the early 2 wickets. Here's White around the wicket. .85 for 3 here. .87 for 3 after 33. Keogh again. Robson's on 31. 3 around the bat. Oh, it keeps a fraction low on Robson. He's played that off the stumps. Had to get. Beautiful ball. Big stretch from Robson. Nicely away from Robson. 93 for 3. Robson on to 36. Now, big appeal on that one, and I say a big appeal. Well, was there an inside edge? Did it not carry that one? There's a lot of disappointment. I wasn't sure there was an inside edge on it, but clearly Northamptonshire think there was. That's beaten the inside edge, I think. Or was it just a bit of glove, they thought? So the birthday boy, 4 from 11. Afternoon, Angus Fraser. It's tightening up here, 93 for 3.
It is. Shame about that last dismissal. Playing well, these two. But John Simpson, perfect opportunity for him to show everybody what he's capable of. I think we all know what he's capable of. He's been around long enough. But to produce something special.
Sharp single, well run. Simpson's on to 5, 94 for 3. Clipped nicely. Back on a square on the leg side and single taken. Robson moves to 37, 95 for 3. 95 for 3 after 35. Cut hard, cut for 4. Simpson is on to 9. Middlesex are 100 for 3. 100 on the board in their chase of 323. Hundred for 3 in the 36th, so just below 3 the run rate, just below 4 the required. The required won't bother Middlesex too much. It's how deep can they take this with enough wickets standing. Single for Simpson, backward a square on the leg side. Simpson to double figures. Bit of rain in the distance behind the school again, but again I fancy that's all passed around us. One's gone as we look from the opposite side to the school, one's passed to the right of the school, another one seems to be passing to the left at the moment. Let's hope we're lucky with the weather today, but again it does appear to be just scattered showers. To mid wicket. Simpson had such an outstanding year last year with the bat. Possibly his finest. 2016 was Division 1 and for the title that was the other one statistically that challenged last year. The first time in his career that he'd hit 3 centuries in one season, John Simpson. And how many times was he out on 92 last year? I think he was out 3 times on 92 as well.
Got over 1,000 last year, didn't he?
.35 years of age today, John Simpson. 1 for 3. Run rate required. Climbs over 4 for the first time.
Just looking at John Simpson's record there. Would you say 35 years of age? Approaching 9,000 first class runs. Average of 33.5.
High. Around the wicket to the left-hander and high. Angle needed to do a lot. Into the over. There's that rain I was talking about. You see it over the top. The tree lines there to the left of the school. We've had one shower that's passed to the right of the school.
I'm trying to sort of work out where the where the weather's coming from. Obviously, it comes from up above. As someone once
Glad
said,
it was you that said that, not me. You'd have been picking me up.
But it tends to sort of come, obviously, from the west, which I think is behind where we're sat here, which is, I say, a deep square leg to the bowlers. Almost need to go and look out what's behind us. It's always the, even at Lord's, it was what's the weather like. We'll go and have a look at the back of the pavilion and see what's coming in over the Warner stand, because that's where the weather tends to come from. I'm just then wondering how that big sort of dark cloud opposite us has gone past us without depositing something on us here.
Flies off thick edge. Single taken.
Just thought I'd get up and have a look outside behind rather than rely on you, Kevin.
Do you wish you hadn't now?
It's looking a bit sort of threatening behind us, I must say. I don't know whether that's the sun. Sometimes the sun and the clouds can make it look worse than it is, but it looks a bit dark behind us. So we'll see whether we avoid it or not. I remember I was playing the game here once and it was sort of flooding everywhere else, and almost like this sort of wedge of fine weather sort of stayed over the school for quite some time.
.104 for 3. Now there's what's behind that Gus was discussing. So the one thing on the radar, as it shows, I mean, over there it does look really threatening, doesn't it? The one thing on the radar, and it has been an ever-changing skyline over here, so even if it's not such a windy day today, the cloud does seem to be moving still at a fair rate, so hopefully just scattered showers, which won't be significant interruptions. We've been quite lucky with the weather across the 4 days. The 2 showers we had yesterday brought early intervals, which allowed us to crack on without any real trouble. And that one rain delay, which I think was on day 1, wasn't it? They were pretty much back on as soon as they were off. So 104 for 3. One ball to come at the 39th. One 4 for 3, end of the 39th.
91 overs remaining when Middlesex, sorry, 92 overs remaining, wasn't it, when Middlesex stepped out to bat this morning. .53, if my maths is correct, remaining, and 219 required. So as we see, their run rate required just over 4 runs and over. It won't be sort of occupying the mind of those two batsmen out there, Simpson and Robson, as they prepare to face another Keogh over. Be about sort of getting in, collecting some runs, getting a partnership together, taking some life out of the field inside. And hoping that you're going to miss balls like that. Not to bail off there, the wicket keeper.
Clumpy thud of bat pad ball. .107 for 3, 40 overs bowled. 41 for Robson, Simpson 13, 107 for 3. Shot from Simpson. Really good shot. Beautiful timing. He's on to 17. Middlesex are 111 for 3.
Yes, a lovely controlled, I suppose, pull or flick by Simpson. Just short of length from the bowler. It's one of his strengths. I don't think Northampton will be too disappointed. They the pitch a little bit, playing working balls from the leg side, sorry, offside through the leg, easy to get a leading edge or something like that if the ball stops a fraction.
Leg side again. And 4 more. 115 for 3.
More conventional stroke, just helping on its way.
Halfway to a second new ball, but Middlesex quite halfway to that target yet. It's a big factor this morning as well. It's getting past that new ball, almost more imperative than ever in these test rounds.
Northampton bowled very well with the new ball, didn't they? Sanderson obviously got 2 wickets in 2 balls. Stoneman LBW, Peter Milan bowled next delivery. Batting looked very difficult. What has everybody been saying? This Kookaburra Kookaburra ball gets a bit soft, it loses some of its venom. I think everybody realised there's always something in the pitch here. Even if the ball's 40, 50, 60, 70 overs old, the odd ball can do something, so as a batsman you've got to remain watchful. Don't take anything for granted. Middlesex certainly can't afford to do that. 208 runs still required. 51 overs to bat. Northants, even though things are looking a bit quieter for the seamers. Keogh getting a bit of turn. They'll be fancying their chance of taking the 7 remaining wickets. I think Eskenazi will bat again. It's just I think his finger's probably okay to block, but I think the extra jarring that rattling around the handle that takes place when you're trying to hit the ball is causing him too much discomfort, or he wouldn't have been able to almost just throw your wicket away, really, just forlornly trying to smack a ball without trying to commit to it. So I'm sure we'll see Eskenazi come out later on this afternoon if he's required.
Single more. Well, by hook or by crook in this match, Middlesex have an opening batter coming in at number 8. Josh Carey's, don't they? Higgins still to come as well. And Eskenazi at some point.
Well, Bamber will be calling himself an opening batsman now, having sort of got through that night watchman 5 or 6 overs and actually batted pretty well for the next 25 minutes until he lost his middle stump.
Well, yeah, Roland Jones is back at the old number 9 where he used to come in with some pretty powerful innings down the order, didn't he, at 9 before he elevated up to 8 eventually. Where will the game be by then? 116 for 3. A lot of runs still for Middlesex to score. 7 wickets for Northamptonshire. Big day in the county championship. Great importance on this game to both counties. Single to end the over. Simpson on to 22, 117 for 3. .50 overs remaining. Quad rate 4.12 for an over, 50 over match. We're just going through past events, Gus, and established that Ollie Thorpe with the media team at Middlesex. The year of Atherton Donalds, you were playing in that game. Ollie was born the next year. Oh, no, it was that year. It was the next month he was born.
What are you trying to say?
Well, actually, I'll tell you how it came about. It wasn't looking great for me or Fletch either.
But it's interesting, during my since coming back to Middlesex in 2009, you go through situations about whether people who you played against still playing the game, and slowly start ticking things off. And I suppose the final one was signing players on professional contracts with Middlesex who were born after you had played your last game. So born after 2002. An 18, 19-year-old in 2020, 2021 would have been born after I played my last game of cricket for Middlesex, which was, I think, in May. Would have been May 2002.
You know the Josh DeCary's Tim Mercer one, don't you? From DeCary's match at Lord's last year. Mercer had picked up whatever milestone in that match. DeCary's wasn't born when Mercer picked up his first-class wicket.
Very good.
Some Jono put that to him at the end of the match. It wasn't me, actually.
But it's in. I mean, again, this is obviously Angus Fraser, the hard done by, feeling sorry for himself, former cricketer. So he talks about that Test match at Trent Bridge when Atherton faced Donald, and that's all you remember it for, don't you?
No, you've told me before. Did you get 7?
No, I got 10 wickets in the match.
10.
I got man of the match in that. But of course no one remembers it for that. It's all the fact that Atherton got away with cheating.
People don't cheat in cricket, do they? On another note,
I say cheating, that might be a bit harsh, but not walking when it hit his thumb.
He'll be tuned in a little while and Josh comes out to bat, won't he? Actually, he's not far from here, Radlett. In between the tests at the moment. Next one, I've looked up the pronunciation of the cricket ball.
Does that show that you were right? Kookaburra.
Kookaburra.
That's the bird. This is a cricket ball.
End of the over, 117 for 3. That's a great shot by Robson. He's on to 46. Middlesex have got their bit between the teeth at the moment. 121 for 3. Little check of the ball here for umpire Lungley. Hands it back to Keogh. Kicked up over the boards into something down there. Blotter down there and a few other bits. Kicked away to end the over. 1-2-1 for 3. Robson 46, Simpson 22. Partnership worth 37. It's a strong start here for Simpson in the partnership. Very nearly bringing the targets below 200. A lot of runs. carried over a bit again here at Northwood. Rain starts to fall. Rain hitting our tent here, but how much rain? We expected at some point today we might get a shower. How much time will it take out of the game?
Sometimes strange with rain, isn't it? We can hear it on the roof of the marquee that we're sat in here commentating. And it doesn't appear to have got to the middle yet, does it? Sort of how it slowly moves its way across. Looked a similar delivery to the one that trapped Stoneman earlier in the day. Simpson there managed to get a little inside edge on it, much to the dismay of the bowler. Oof. Stoneman's kept it a little bit lower than that. Simpson there, could have been forward. I suppose he got bat on it, got a single for it. Played it well enough.
Rain, just looking at the darker patches around the ground, it feels light enough. It's eased on the roof of our tent as well. End of the over. 1-2-2 for 3, 201 for Middlesex to win.
Tell by the umpires they keep looking in this direction, don't they? Not at us, but what's coming in behind us? Robson and Simpson, I think. Probably happy to stay out there, to be honest. At this moment in time, they've got themselves in. Having to work hard for their runs, but doing a good job for Middlesex.
Good. Very good indeed from Keogh. Lovely line, lovely length. Challenge for Simpson for Middlesex here. A lot of runs to score. 200 more. 201 more indeed. Well run. 1, 2, 3 for 3. 200 to win. Said it'll take a first centurion of the summer for Middlesex to win this. And then some, I think.
Was it the Barmy Army scene, is it? Bon Jovi, we're third of the way there. We're just over a third of the way there.
Selves ringtone we discovered yesterday, John Bon Jovi. Wanted Dead or Alive. And it's him playing it himself on the guitar as well. All very impressive. A single straight at mid-off.
It's only impressive if he's playing it well. I mean, it's a horribly out of tune screeching noise.
Well, none of us noticed that it was Selves' own rendition. We all thought it was the proper one.
More impressive is a Jimi Hendrix along the Watchtower or something like that.
We can always ask him for the end of season dinner. Musical interlude from Mike Selvey.
Good time to go to the toilet, that.
No ball calls on that. Nearly missed it. Well done, producer Ollie. Big bounce. Robson's so adept on the back foot. Coleman waxing lyrical about the back foot, clips off the hip, cut shots from Robson. So a couple of clips today.
Yeah, always wary about things you say. Sort of commentators curse and all that, but he was sort of scratching around like a hen in a farmyard, wasn't he, before lunch, Robson? But just shows you spend some time at the crease, get used to the pace and bounce, things get a little bit easier. Got to really dig in as a batsman sometimes. It's not easy playing and missing, not hitting the middle of the bat. Feel there's some inconsistent bounce. The way you get through it is by spending time at the crease.
Two 6 for 3. 40 minutes to tea on the final day. 92 overs in this Middlesex second innings in the chase.
Well, halfway through the overs, or just over halfway through now, 46. This is the 47th over of Middlesex's second innings.
Is it mid wicket by Zaib? Yes, they've gone. Well, there you go. Halfway there in that sense. They've gone at 2.7 in the first half of their 92 over chase. They've got to go at 4.3 in the second half of their chase. But against an older ball, it will be at the end of the day. 12 overs if they needed Northamptonshire with a second new ball. Bounce again for Taylor.
It was interesting before the start of the play. They were being a bit sort of ironic, but Richard Ayling, who's head of grounds here at Merchant Taylor School, and Scott, who's the head cricket groundsman, was asking sort of what happens on the fourth day, because I don't think many of the games here have gone to the fourth day. Tended to end on the third day. And is it 96 overs? Yes. Do you make up time? Any lost time for rain? No. Every minute you miss is time lost in the day. Sort of. Yes. Sorry, we haven't been in this position.
.47 done. 126 for 3.
Coming on to bowl at the late end, Saeed.
First look at Saif Saeed in the match with the ball, unless I'm very much mistaken. Left arm spinner. 26 for 3. Saeed placing Keogh. Guess those footholds just become a little bit more interesting for the left armour, do they, outside of Simpson's off stump?
They do, and always give a left arm spinner something to bowl at, certainly if there's left-handed batsmen at the crease. I suppose you could argue similar to some extent to a right-handed, to an off spinner if there's been a left arm over seamer, or even a lot of seamers now bowl right arm round the wicket at left-handers, as we saw certainly with Northampton's method of attack to Mark Stoneman at the start of the Middlesex innings. Yeah, Philip Tufnell sort of call them omelettes, sort of footer. Spent all his life trying to pitch the ball in little omelettes outside off stump. He did it remarkably well. It's difficult when you see Tuffer sort of doing all his media stuff now to remember. Well, you don't forget that. I think a lot of people do, but what a fine bowler he was. How many games of cricket he won for Middlesex?
Rides that one nicely, Robson. Just a single. Team square coming up. Here's Zaib. Nottinghamshire are chasing. 32 without loss, having bowled Surrey for 340. Need a further 265 runs at the Oval. Could be game on there. Nottinghamshire, who were on the wrong side of the chase at Lords, so Middlesex hit 248. Single for Simpson down to deep third. I looked at that and thought, oh, not 265 more, 10 wickets standing. Got a chance there at the Oval. And then you kind of look at the Middlesex score. Oh, 197 more, 7 wickets standing. It's nerves though and living it, isn't it?
Sorry, must have collapsed a bit there. They were looking like they were going to get quite a few more than 300 lead, but maybe they haven't sort of been as aggressive as we thought they might be. But as you were saying earlier about sort of the benefits of a draw being 5 points now rather than 8 points, you understand why it's been done, and I suppose encouraging sides to be more aggressive, looking to win games of cricket, which you can't deny is going to create more attractive cricket for people to watch who turn up and follow it on the streaming or online. But equally, sometimes draws aren't bad results. First shot there by Sam Robson, been away for 2, maybe 3, just a couple. That brings his 50 up, second 50 of the season, if I'm right. And much needed half century for Sam. Well played, looked difficult to start with, played and missed, looked like he could get out any time, but he's hung in there, showed why he scored tens of thousands of runs for Middlesex County Cricket Club. Made his way to 50 for the second time this summer.
Oh, nicked. Down to deep third, single. His 9th over. Second spell for him, so still plenty of energy. 50 overs old now. We're going to have to wait to the end of the innings to ask him how the Kookaburra go on the final day. Slightly drier surface on this final day, as if I think I've got my understanding of how the pitch has developed across the 4 days. Oh, look at that bounce.
It's been interesting, sort of, I suppose the more over there. That's bounced, good bounce through to the keeper, but over a period of time you get a feel for pitches, and it's a small sample, so not a huge number of first-class games have been played on this venue. But we played quite a few pre-season friendlies, so it's here where we sort of played teams in March each year, and sometimes university games, and almost the pitches have, I say, been flatter then than they have done in July. You'd have thought that sort of nibbling green seamers and things, but in an early season, but they've played pretty well. We've had early season matches on here, and there's always been a little bit in the surfaces here for the seamers, and we play in July because need to play when school term is finished. Merchant Taylor schools struggle to host matches whilst the boys are still at school with all the infrastructure that needs to take place, so tend to play the games in early July as we are now, and there's always good carry, balls nibbled around a bit, but you'd have thought sort of drier July pitches that do less than the ones in March, but that's not been the case historically here.
Just under 30 minutes to tea on the final day. Three overs remain. A minimum of course. So the spinner-ons Abe, let's say 8 more to tea. 5 overs after the interval.
Right, yeah, I think we're going right. Trialing the scoreboard, so literally a couple of wickets away from the ball, aren't we? And even if when they do try and pick up the pace, all you do is go bang, bang. Then we need to be forward to Robson. So asking us to hit back down the ground, like he just wants to clip, you know.
He looks more suited on the back foot. Cockeye, he likes it that, it's that sort of like top of the stumps.
Yeah.
He's comfortable with, really here, and even like when he's forward, he's got very good.
Yeah, I think if we can set straight field and ask him to hit down the ground.
Yeah.
I don't know if he
Try and hit the
he can,
Well, even this pitch is hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's basically all game it's been tricky banging it down the ground, especially if you're on mid off quite straight.
So ends the 50th over. Middlesex 131 for 3. 42 overs, official overs in the day remaining, but of course if Northants are quick through their overs, they may well sneak a few more in, but scheduled close of play is 6 o'clock. So 6 o'clock, or, well, I say 5 o'clock and last hour, which is 16 overs. So 6 o'clock or when the 16th over is completed of the last hour, or 96 over, or 96 over the day, but still 42 overs to go before we get there. And a lot of batting for Middlesex still to do. Seen that run rate rising at the start of the innings. It was 3.7, now 4.59. Whether Middlesex will have a go or not, questionable after tea. Ryan Higgins still there, sort of aggressive, violent player. But as we've seen, it's not been easy to score runs here this week. Run rates have been quite low. And Middlesex will want to make sure they're in a position of some safety before they potentially look to have a go at this target. But with each over, it's getting that little bit further away. 192 runs required.
a look back at the acceleration of Northamptonshire yesterday. Plodded really to the second new ball for the most part, played the long game, which is serving them pretty well now. In the air, cry catch, but safe, well short of the long leg. There were 218 for 3 when Proctor fell in the 88th over, and then by the time Gay was dismissed this morning, 119th. So 30 overs on. They had added a further 162. Which is there or thereabouts what Middlesex are going to be chasing after tea in 35 overs, if they so choose. That was the fall of their third wicket though. 218 for 3 to 380 all out. Middlesex 132 for 3 in the 50th. 51st even.
Same when I was on earlier on about Taylor, the fact that it impressed Mike Silver. You can see why. He's a big strong lad. Nice strong action too. But watching him run in, he's bowling a decent spell here, isn't he? This must be the 7th or 8th over, I'd have thought. But he's bowled with plenty of energy, plenty of aggression. Trying to rough Middlesex Sam Robson up here, coming round the wicket. Bit of leg theory. It's interesting how trends. I suppose it's all that, like all these things. It's sort of people question the responsibility of professionals and the fact that your role models and youngsters sort of follow your behaviour. Therefore, you're under understandable sort of not pressure, but you're expected to behave a certain way, and quite rightly so. But our tactics are followed. England, Australia suddenly setting those fields with fine legs, leg slips, men out on the hook, and all of a sudden, when there's quiet periods in first class cricket now, that likely to be sort of a tactic that's adopted. There is a bit of a difference though. I always remember Graham Hick, when he was playing for England, obviously playing against the West Indies, and got roughed up by the West Indies, as most of us did, back in the early 90s with Ambrose and Walsh and the Benjamins. Shot there by Simpson, down to long on for a single. So that was during the winter. Middlesex played Worcestershire at Uxbridge, and Gat's idea was that Angus Fraser, who was struggling with an injury, I think Chaz Taylor and a couple of other bowlers, we used the same tactics to Hick as the West Indies had used in the winter, and the ball was going like a pinball around the pavilion at Deep Square Leg at Uxbridge. I just remember that. So Hick just stood back and absolutely whacked everything miles. So not just the quality of pace of the bowling, but also the occasion. You sort of get out in a test match hooking, it looks less responsible, doesn't it, than you in a first class game. You just see it and you hit it, and Hick got 180. So that tactic didn't work.
So I've just gone for 1. 2.5. Still just gone for one. Now for 3. 52 done. 40 remain of the match here at Uxbridge. 133 for 3. Robson 51. Simpson 27. 190 more. 40 overs. Again, you kind of 190 or 40 overs, 7 wickets standing. Higgins, De Carey's, Roland Jones, Bamber, Helm, Eskenazi retired, not out. Take it to T, get it down to a T20.
I love your view of the game.
That was the old way of thinking, though. We were saying this morning, weren't we? What do you think you do on the final day? Well, we'll take it to T and see where we are. Go on, shoot me down.
No, I mean, I can say that. I mean, but unless he who dares wins and all that sort of attitude, unless you look to try to chase down these totals, you're never going to do it, of course, and you've got to take a risk here and there. It's calculating the risk and how you feel that pitch is playing. You suddenly lose a couple of wickets, 2 new batsmen in, how easy it's going to be for them. You've got 12 overs against the second new ball, so you can sort of line up things to be wary about and see risk coming along, but sometimes you've got to think past that. But equally, when you compare it to a red or a limited over game, you've got no option but to go for it. You lose the game if you don't attempt to chase down the target that's set you. People sort of think, how can you play cricket for 4 days and play a match for 4 days and it still ends up as a draw? But the fact that you can have draws sort of does create that sort of interesting juxtaposition, doesn't it? Juxtaposition.
Lovely shot. Up the hill at the Benham end, will it make? Just holds up. They've taken 2. Simpson on to 29. 135 for 3. Partnership came together with the fall of Max Holden, who was bowled.
Once again, there's a few threatening clouds around here, aren't there? But as of yet, escaping the rain.
It's the partnerships. Robson and Holden were doing a really good job. 63. The third wicket. Eskenazi up at the top. Just 4 from 5 deliveries before he had to make his way off this morning. Set to come back if required. So to continue on run off 3 overs. Outstanding start from him.
So I get a little bit worried because he's got a couple of rank balls which Robson is full toss, knee-high full toss and a long hop, and you sometimes worry that your sort of eyes light up and you don't execute the shot as well as you could have get, suddenly thump it straight to mid-wicket or something like that. But so far Robson's been deliberate with his stroke play. Something John Simpson can sometimes do. A little bit careless at times. But Middlesex trying to save again.
Low full toss, smashed away by Simpson. He moves into the 30s. Middlesex 140 for 3.
See, that was reckless too. Could have led to a run out backing up. I'm only joking. Good shot by Simpson there. It's not Simpson's fault if Robson's out of his crease. That is for sure. You sort of always wonder, don't you, when the bowler gets a little fingertip on it and it clashes into the stumps.
Can the birthday boy deliver a present to his teammates? He's on to 33 from 77. Did you say that on the mic or not, Gus? I think even you'll buy him a cake, Gus, if he can do this for Middlesex.
Love tempting fate, don't you?
Do you mean winding you up?
Yep.
.141 for 3, 54 overs bowled here. We've got 10 minutes until tea. Middlesex need another 182 to win. What did I say? 175 after tea off 35 overs. Is that roughly what the equation was fronting up towards? You're shaking your head, giving up listening.
Well, as I say, Kevin, you can say what you want. It's a free country, but we don't have to sort of necessarily agree on Warnship.
Coming on to bowl at the Fennermen, Justin Broad.
Change
First
of bowl.
bowl.
Yeah.
For young Broad on first class debut. Bit of medium pace by the looks of it. I thought, I was told in the first morning it was a batter bowled a bit of spin, but right arm medium. I assume medium, let's see.
He's got a good bowl name for bowling on the back of his shirt, that's for sure.
Solid start.
Had an email about Boris Karloff coming to Merchant Taylor's school and asking what end he would have bowled from. Probably down the hill, wouldn't he? Taking him a while to get back up it.
For our younger viewers, Star of the Hammer horrors, Frankenstein for so many years, all those portrayals. Frankenstein's monster, I should say.
I was called Lurch at school.
Is that the Addams family or the Munsters? Lurch.
Well, historically on England tours to Australia, we used to be sort of dress up on Christmas Day, fancy dress. I mean, there were some fancy dresses there that a few players would rather those images didn't appear, but they were innocently done sort of in the early 90s. But I was Lurch once. My wife wasn't too happy because I think she had to be Morticia. And Alex, my son, was a baby Gomez. Is that, have I got the characters right there?
Yeah, I guess so. So if I say, alright Gomez, next time I see Alex, will he know what I'm talking about? 143 for 3.
Returning at the late end, Rob Keogh.
Bounce down the leg side from Keogh. So Zaib done for now. Back to Keogh. Oh, they were tight, economical overs from Zaib. Sam Robson commentary, wait there, no run. Run. Single to end the over, 144 for 3. Robson keeps the strike. Maybe time for 2 more before tea. So 56 done of the 92 that we expect in this innings. Factor up above, a bit of rain maybe.
36 to go. Pretty good with the over 8. Get 2 more in, 34 overs in the last session.
Knots heading to tea, 59 without loss, 238 shy. Victory target and bowled Surrey for 340. It's coming to the end of the 16th over of the innings. Hamid 20 from 44. Slater 39 from 51. Oh. Dug out by Robson. Cries of catch it, catch it. Into the boot.
I think it into the footholes really, wasn't it? Sort of straight to the ground off the bat. Whilst it looked like he might have chipped it into no man's land. Perfectly safe shot. Keep putting that up just to sort of prove that you pronounced it right. Kookaburra.
If anyone went through the search engine after a commentary stint between you and I.
Kookaburra. You're saying it should be Kookaburra. Kookaburra. Sounds better if you say it quickly. Kookaburra.
Oh, good take. Fine gloves work behind the stumps. Would have been useful. 4 runs to Middlesex.
Could have been a wide there.
That's So there's no ball on height, that previous ball, as you can see in the bottom of the screen. 147 for 3 Middlesex. Extra ball to bowl in this over now, probably just takes it to tea. No run, says Robson. And no more overs before tea, say the umps. Sunny day as they walk off. Let's hope the weather plays its part for the final 35 overs of this game. It's set pretty nicely. 7 wickets needed for Northamptonshire. Middlesex will go off and regroup. 55 for Robson, 35 for Simpson. Required rate of 5 and over after tea on the final day with 7 wickets standing.
Yeah, good session that for Middlesex. Losing 2 wickets just before lunch. Been a nervous dressing room. Wondering what's going to take place in the next 2 hours, but Holden and Robson played very well, and Simpson's come in, got himself in, and Sam Robson grown in confidence as his innings has progressed. Looked out of sorts to start with, but a good session there for Middlesex. What will take place after lunch, I'm not 100% sure, but interestingly poised.
Thanks, Fraser. Thanks for your company on the stream as well. We'll be back in just under 20 minutes. Middlesex require another 176 from 35 overs. Down to 35 overs and 176 runs. Sam Robson on 55, John Simpson on 35. 5 and over, 7 wickets standing. New ball 23 overs away. How do Middlesex go about this? Northamptonshire obviously pushing for wickets. Try and claim a second win of the season.
Rob Geo bowling from the late end.
Rob Keogh from the Lake End with a slip and a short leg. Dot ball start up after tea. So 3 down, but Eskenazi retired injured. First run after tea. Robson on to 56. Simpson eyeing a 50 on his birthday. Odd 49 for 3, so come through for a single more. 5 and over after tea. The brilliance of first class cricket. 7 wickets for Northamptonshire, or 5 points apiece. End of the first over after tea. 34 remain of the match, a minimum of, but I doubt Northamptonshire will be pushing for many more unless they need a few wickets at the end to wrap things up. And Middlesex are a long way short of that 5 and over requirement after the interval. 2 off the first over after tea. 149 for 3.
For Benjamin, 10 runs.
Ben Sanderson on from the Benjamin down the hill. Got it going with the first 2 wickets. Stoneman, Milan. LBW bowled. Emphatic dismissal. Pete Milan first ball top of off. hidden a length again nicely after tee. It's a beautiful ball again. Still doing a bit for Northamptonshire. For Sanderson in his 13th over. Back against Fraser.
It still does something when you're a good bowler, doesn't it? Pitch the ball consistently in a dangerous area for the batters. Create that little bit of indecision. Should you go forward? Should you go back? Indecision, no matter how quick you bowl, sort of gets you to beat the bat. Arms in the air, thinking he nearly bowled John Simpson behind his pads.
Where's your win predictor? Percentages. I think the win predictor I'd have right now. Forty, 20. Actually, the Northamptonshire win probably stretches, does it?
Yeah, I'd say the least likely is a Middlesex win. Probably draw is the favourite at this moment in time. Northants win, Middlesex win.
50, 20 on the draw.
Yeah, something like that.
$150 up for Middlesex. Gus is dusting off his best Bon Jovi impression next to me. 323 the target.
You walking out? I think you might get stuck after this.
Simpson gets it away fine. And gets it away for 4. Simpson's into the 40s. Middlesex 154 for 3. Just a single there for Simpson. single. Single to end the over. 8 off it. Middlesex 158 for 3. Brilliant innings by Robson. That's the beginning. See Middlesex contemplating 5 and over to win from here, but right back at the start when Robson walks out there, Stoneman and Milan fall. 2 deliveries, all the pressure on, and a couple more wickets in that morning session. Northamptonshire could have been home and dry by now. Single more. 159 for 3. So big credit to him. So the pressure was on, including from that man. Hunting wickets this morning. Sanderson looks away in dismay. Cry a catch. Well, fine with the long leg. Single for Simpson, moves to 44. Just the 2 off the over. 160 for 3. Simpson on to 44. Middlesex all but halfway there, but 31 overs left. Just trying to think over the years, all the county ground you go to, generally there's one fan who's that little bit noisier than everybody else, and you always know when you go there. Middlesex members need to chip together and pay for trumpet lessons for one of the Middlesex fans.
To be a decent trumpeter though, wouldn't you? Wouldn't someone? As I was saying before about Mike Selvey and his ringtone.
Maybe that's what we need. Selv on the guitar. Wait there. Strumming away on the sidelines.
Get a little stage up like they do for the 100 matches at Lord's. Selv playing a riff to sort of recognise the match situation. So before the sort of everybody became a bit more empathetic to, there was sometimes when you early stage of music being played and you were out, and as you walked off it was like madness or an embarrassment, which wasn't quite what you wanted to hear, was it? Dealing with the frustration, disappointment of just getting out, and then someone on the tannoy having a bit of fun at your expense.
Cry catch. Slips away fine. Dot ball just 1 off that over again. 161 for 3. 30 remain. Middlesex are halfway there to parity. Gravy. Was it Antigua for Gravy? I think it was, wasn't it? Climbing around the rafters of the wreck.
Oh, he was brilliant.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether he's passed away recently. I think someone sort of said he was quite old when he was doing that. I mean, he was a remarkable, strong man. Sort of be doing the gymnastics he was doing on hanging from a girder on the double-decker stand at the Antigua Recreation Ground. Yeah, you do have some really sort of fun memories of that venue, even though it's the flattest pitch you've ever play on. The horror got 375.
So what happened there?
Yeah. But
was any dropped on Nort?
No, I don't think he was dropped on Nort, was he? No, he was dropped early on when he got 500.
Oh, that was the one. Yeah.
It's Scott, wasn't it, from Durham keeper. I always remember sort of when England there was obviously the soca carnival music of that season being produced, and it was Who's Let the Dogs Out. So each time England came out to field, it was like, Who's Let the Dogs Out, sort of woof, woof, and all the stand was up, and it was fantastic. It was brilliant. I also remember chasing the ball around the boundary in front of the double-decker stand and diving, and it was obviously very sandy and dusty, and all this dust sort of flying as I failed to stop the boundary or something like that. And there was a sort of a tune, one of the sort of calypso songs or whatever, that festival song, that it was "In Your Face Is Dust," "In Your Face Is Dust, Dust, Dust," and all the crowd were over the balcony pointing. They were brilliant though. I mean, it's so humorous. So I mean, you get stick from the West Indian crowds, and it was just it was pleasant. It was they captured the moment brilliantly. Unlike Australia and South Africa, which was pretty nasty and unpleasant, but no, in the Caribbean, they were pleased to see you. It was a sort of big week of the year celebration of cricket, and yeah, Cheeky's disco. I mean, that stand was just bouncing at times. It was just amazing.
Which ground was that?
Antigua Recreational Ground.
That was the rec as well.
Yeah, so it's Cheeky's disco, and Gravy on his little stage hanging from the rafters, dancing and gyrating. Yeah, padding up. Coming as Miss Antigua. Yeah, it's golden era, that sort of cricket in the Caribbean, probably. And again, with the Barmy Army there, sort of half the ground, English supporters, 50-50, sort of you go to Barbados, sort of 15,000 people in the ground, sort of 7,000 or 8,000 of them English, the other 7,000 or 8,000 Bayesian. Really good atmospheres and fun. Hard work out there in the sun, but it was fun to be in the middle. Now do you start the Bon Jovi?
Yeah, 162 for 3, more than halfway there. 29 overs remain of the match.
Living on a prayer.
Five and a half that required rate now.
31 overs left. So what, just looking at the Kevin Hand sort of school of thinking. So 31 overs left, last 20, 11 overs. Could you get 40 runs? Keep yourself 6 and over for the last 20.
$62 for 3.
Actually, I got my maths wrong there, didn't I? It's 92, not 94, so it's 29 rather than 31. So 40 runs in 9 overs.
Just a single, one to come of the over. Single more. 164 for 3. It's interesting actually that it was after the second new ball that Northamptonshire yesterday up to that scoring rate. We did a under between overs 60 and 80. That'd be the natural point to start to push things on, but equally that would have opened a door to Middlesex because they didn't quite have enough runs at that point. I'd assume that was what their thought process was. Get to that second new ball. Try and, as the set batters, get in against it and get on with things. So began the tumble of wickets though.
I suppose you look at this morning and the search for quick runs by Northampton. Lost 3 wickets in 7 balls, didn't they? And whilst that's taken the game forward and meant that I suppose the chase for Middlesex was slightly more achievable. It just shows how quickly wickets can fall when you're looking for runs.
Yeah, 2 is the cry from Robson. Can run the second one pretty slowly now as they walk back past. 4 more. 168 for 3. Almost Caribbean-esque.
Yeah, well, Sanderson obviously, West Indies bowler is a bit quicker than Sanderson, but yeah, he's got a bit frustrated there, the bowler, hasn't he? Beaten the bat on numerous occasions, a couple of men out, try a bouncer, but expertly put away by Sam Robson.
Oh, well played, Sam Robson. That one again has just kept a fraction low on him.
And equally, I suppose they're the different circumstances, playing a white ball game with a kookaburra on a new surface where the bounce is going to be more consistent generally. 4th day pitch, ever mindful of the fact that pitch can misbehave. Change in the field by Sanderson, moving at the second slip to sort of leg gully. Whether another short ball's coming Robson's way, it's a double bluff. Double bluff.
Two to come. Let's check in with square leg. Just see on the right there that wide gully, backward square leg. Feels as though he's a little bit more advanced than a backward square leg.
Was it a Don Topley line?
Probably. That's beautifully done again. Quite time it, but single more.
Asked the umpire how many balls, he said 3. He said, what's that, 3 gone or 3 to come?
Tuned in, saying no, I'll be keeping an eye on Essex only if he's not there. Ball of the over. Just a single. 170 for 3. On 53 to win.
So we contemplate Middlesex's approach in the next hour and a half or so. Go around the grounds. Division 1. First game on my phone. The result, Kent v Warwickshire. Warwickshire won by innings of 46 runs. Lancashire v Essex at Blackpool. Lancashire are 300 for 6. Chasing 429, 430, so 130 runs required, 4 wickets in hand. Fancy Essex there really, but you never know. Lancashire might produce something. Next game is our game. Middlesex 170 for 3. Somerset v Hampshire. Somerset 500, Hampshire 330 and 165 for 7. So you've got to fancy Somerset to pull through there to win that one. Down to the Oval. Nottinghamshire chasing 297 to win. Testing my maths out here. 89 for 1. So 200 runs requires still a lot of runs, that, isn't it? Draw. Possibly. Shot there by Sam Robson. That'll be a couple. Might even race away for 4, actually. Fielder picks it in. Good running by these two. 3 runs. Middlesex just picking up the run rate in the last couple of overs here. The result at Chesley Street. Durham beat Gloucestershire by 9 wickets.
Simpson's 50 on his birthday. 115 deliveries.
115 balls and 5 boundaries.
5 fours for Simpson. Excellent knock. Squirts away. 2. Settle. End of the over. 177 for 3. 7 off the over.
Working our way through the second division. Sussex set. Derbyshire about 370. They're 163 for 4. Draw, stroke Sussex win there. Moving on to Worcester. Worcester should trail Yorkshire by 50 runs, 2 down. It's looking like a draw at New Road between Worcestershire and Yorkshire. And Glamorgan versus Leicestershire. Still in the first innings of that rain-affected game. Glamorgan got 403 for 9. Leicestershire 271 for 3. So looking at a draw there. And in the Test match in the Caribbean, West Indies bowled out for 150 by India. India 128 for 0. Suggests the West Indies are in trouble there. So as Ashwin got 5 wickets in the first innings.
Run. Quad rate. It's up over 5.5 now, but Middlesex are upping that scoring rate.
Just got a text message from Dan Howe, Twickenham Cricket Club. Eskenazi situation. Eskenazi injured his finger in Middlesex's first innings, dropping a catch.
No, he took it. He held it.
Oh, he held on.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, yeah, you're right.
De Carey's dropped his one.
Sorry, Stephen. It was De Carey's that you lose sympathy for because he dropped it and hurt his finger.
Didn't hurt it as badly though.
Eskenazi holding on to a catch hurt his finger. And batted in the first innings, came in at 8 or 9. Opened the batting here, got struck on the finger. The second over came out, I think, to be aggressive, to be positive, but rather than throw his wicket away with a sore hand, has retired hurt, but he will bat again if required later on today. There you go, Dan. And I'm umpiring tomorrow. Saturday. No, not there. In Ham.
Ham Common.
Is it Ham Common? I'm trying to remember now.
The one ground I took a hat-trick, Ham Common.
Tower Hamlets versus London. Is it Sportif or should know actually. I better have a look. Should have been reading up on the opposition.
Actually,
Not the opposition, on the two sides.
we mentioned Chris Thompson, who played for Surrey in the Unicorns. He took the catch at short leg for the hat-trick. Good old Chris Thompson. He was tuned in earlier in the season, I think. No, he was with the Teef Nawaz somewhere. Yeah, they were up to something. Still in the game. Can't remember the other 2 wickets. We always remember the hat-trick ball, don't you?
Tower Hamlets v London Tigers. King George's Field, Richmond.
Punched away off the back foot, up the hill, so it's not going to make it. Couple more for Robson. 3 off the over so far, one's come.
Division 3 relegation battle.
Yeah, it was pretty much what I was involved in as well, I think.
That's my game tomorrow. Sorry, not tomorrow, Saturday. What's the forecast Saturday?
That's that kept a fraction low again. I don't know, but it's bad tomorrow, isn't it? End of the 67th, 180 for 3. Played its part here, fortunately, the weather today. Again, if there's anything to happen in these final 25 overs now, need every single one of them you'd fancy. That man sliding in the chase earlier this season, Sam Robson against Nottinghamshire in the dark setting in. We did discuss that this morning, didn't we? If heavy overheads this evening, would it be darkness coming in again and affecting masses? Or rain just about to fall?
I suppose from Northampton's point of view, 13 overs to the second new ball. 67 overs old this ball. And we saw how difficult it was for Middlesex's top order players against that new ball earlier on in the day.
Ooh, it's just spun out of one of those footholes, kept low as well, but really turned away. Alright, just fine at the cover.
Was it cricket leagues? Looks like I'm going to be their marketing commercial communication man. Dan, thanks for that. As an aside, Middlesex don't have a game on Sunday, so if anyone fancies a day out, then it's T20 finals day at Ealing. So Middlesex T20 finals day at Ealing. Playing are Ealing, North Middlesex, Harrow St Mary and Twickenham. 10:30 start. Should be an excellent day.
Everyone going by Don Shelley, the Middlesex scorer, a bit. He'll be there, no doubt. His beloved Ealing.
Great ground, Ealing. Have you been there?
Only to pick up Don after a game. I think I was driving him to whatever away game it was the next day, so he was there watching the game in the afternoon. Pulled in, picked him up, and on we went. But yeah, did get a look at the ground. Didn't see any cricket played though.
Fantastic pavilion, sort of mini Lords, red brick. I'd imagine Victorian.
Just off the A406, isn't it?
Yeah, lovely setting in the middle of the houses.
Yeah, I mentioned for Don, he was the man who passed me the news this morning, the passing of Tony Kingston. Very sad news indeed. Yeah, long time Northamptonshire scorer. Boy, he probably started scoring when you were still playing, Gus, I bet. Long time you've been doing it.
A bit of shut-eye when I was bowling, wouldn't he? Could have had a bit of shut-eye when I was bowling.
He loved his cricket, loved the story, loved to chat. Tony, always a welcoming scorer's box at Wantage Road.
Yeah, Middlesex. I mean, I suppose during my time at the club, Harry Sharp was the scorer when I joined. Great figure, great man. Enjoyed the chat at the bar, away trips. Loved Wayne Daniel. Harry just loved listening to Wayne tell tales of this, that, and everything. Then he retired. Mike Smith took over. And when Mike Smith sadly passed away, Don Shelley took over. So in the last, such as I've been in Middlesex, 1984, 40 years, there's been 3 scorers really.
Well, asked Andrew Rudd, who's the BBC Northampton reporter, how long he'd known Tony, and he said more than 40 years.
The great thing is about, well, maybe more so then than now, is that we've still got all the scorebooks at Middlesex, so all the sort of the years where Harry Sharp has sort of marked every run in an old book with a pen and biro or whatever he did.
Just a single.
And they're lovely to look at, especially when you sort of think, well, I just remember recently because there was
Tom Taylor bowling for Fennerman.
there was a day at Shepherd's Bush last year celebrating sort of West Indian cricket involvement in London, certainly in northwest London. Shepherd's Bush has always been the sort of club where West Indian, certainly in the Middlesex League, where West Indian men of heritage played, and looking to show things off. And you look back at those books to find a page where Wolf Slack got his career high score, sort of 260 odd I think it was. You just sort of leave the page open, and it's just great to look at the names and the way that the sort of team score was saved and put in the history books.
Shots. Point got a finger to it, but nothing more. Boundary for Robson on to 76, 186 for 3. And the century stands for the 4th wicket.
Yep, excellent partnership by these two. Watchful, careful. Came in with Middlesex in trouble. 80 odd for 3. Pitch doing a little bit. But, Sam Robson growing in confidence. This innings doing a world of good for the remainder of the season.
Joint highest score now, isn't it? 76 for him this summer. Previous 76 was in the first innings against Surrey at the Oval.
Five runs off the over. Taylor, 12 overs now, is running hard. Ask questions of the batters. So they're building up here, isn't it? 137, 23 overs. Just under 6 an over required.
You won't find me talking it up, Gus.
Kevin's salivating next to me.
was just looking back. You were saying about the runs this season for Robson. I was just looking back to see what other scores of note. They weren't convinced. They were only convinced at the end, weren't they? Keogh followed the appeal.
It's double dip in there, I think. LBWN catch.
Throw to the non-strikers end, but well run. Oh, there'll be buzzers as well. Then no, Robson had overdone it.
One of my favourite calls when I was playing. Buzzers! It's the previous ball where there was the appeal down the leg side. Maybe not.
Uses his feet, Cryer catch. Midon was interested for a moment, it was only just over him. Down the hill, a slide to keep it in. Settle on two. Wasn't that far out of reach, that one, only just.
It's a signal of Middlesex intent. Absolutely, Robson coming down the wicket, looking at it straight. Probably just touched the edge of the footholes. Fielder Proctor's done well there to drag it back.
Oh, that's kept low. He's done well to get bad on that. Single more. Robson's on to 79. I thought that was going to bowl him for a moment. Simpson was looking to dance to make sure he didn't york himself in the end. 70 bowls. 10 to a second new ball for Northamptonshire. You need 7 wickets. Middlesex 190 for 3. They need 133 more runs from the 22 overs that remain of the match.
Changing in a tie for the Northampton fielders, so helmets going off, which may suggest that's the end of Keogh spell. 22 overs, 1 for 71, 3 and a bit and over, so perfectly decent economy rate.
I wondered whether it was worth leaving on, see if he bought a wicket, if they were going to go after him.
Yeah.
Overs that second new ball. It'd only take a couple of wickets and all of a sudden Northamptonshire would be very interesting, wouldn't they, with the new ball around the corner. Down the hill again for Taylor from the Benham ends. So Clive Radley sat behind us in the commentary tent, didn't we? He's looking pretty nervous with it. He's pacing.
Rad can't be nervous. He's seen it all before, hasn't he?
Loves his cricket though, doesn't he? He'll be loving the contest right now out there.
He does. Great figure of Middlesex cricket, isn't he? Little legend. What a big legend in a little way.
MCC Young Cricketers for years as well, wasn't it? It was where I first met Radders. feel the drive in this match, the shot we've seen least of. A couple of drives down the grounds. Just not quite trusted in the pace of the pitch, the batters. A couple of nice pushes from Robson today, though. Certainly more than we saw in the first 2 innings of the match. Just won the cry from the fields. Robson moves to 80.
Field spread here now. No slips. Mid on, mid off. Extra cover in the mid wicket, saving one. Lots of fielders on the boundary, so there's plenty of opportunities to take the single. Cover men out on the hook though, which may be the way that Northampton are looking to break this partnership. Certainly when Simpson's at the crease. Man just in front of deep square leg. 2 behind on the boundary.
Nicely timed, but one of those 3 set back and just a single for Simpson. End of the 71st, 192 for 3. Simpson on to 55. Was just about to work that out myself. Partnership 108. Well done, producer Ollie. 108 now. Seeing these two, of which Simpson, there we go, nicely as well. Simpson 55, Robson 49. A few, 13 more balls to be fair for Simpson. Jack White back into the attack from the Lake Ends, replacing Keogh. The spin is done for now. Nothing to say actually that Keogh won't come back with a second new ball. Maybe it's a break for him before the second new ball becomes available.
But as you were sort of saying early on, I mean, with the new ball comes a harder ball. Travels that little bit quicker. Yes, it creates the chances. Yes, it makes life a little bit more difficult for batters because everything happens a little quicker. But it can race away more. And you mentioned in Northampton's second innings, the introduction of the second new ball was the moment when the run rate did accelerate for them.
Interesting, the similarity to yesterday, isn't it, really? I mean, it's those 2 wickets and 2 balls this morning. Stoneman and Milan, but Middlesex had to wait so long for a wicket on day 3, didn't they? Feels as though we're in a similar position with this innings on day 4. Waited a long while since Max Holden was bowled.
And again, you can just tell by Northampton's now time spending just trying to slow things down, take a bit of momentum out of the Middlesex batting partnership. Something that Owen Morgan did in T20 cricket was just sort of slow things down. Batsmen get fidgety. Look at John Simpson there coming down the wicket, tapping away. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? What's he going to bowl? Etc. Just creating those moments where a lot goes through a batter's mind, but equally an acceptance that they're not going to be bowling any more than 21 overs in the next hour and 10 minutes.
Great cricketing mind, Owen Morgan, didn't he? What was he like to work with? I mean, obviously you were managing director of cricket for many years when Morgan had spells with Middlesex, but he did have a season or so as captain, didn't he? I remember of the white ball side, when it was a quieter summer for England, wasn't there, white ball cricket?
No, he's an excellent person to work with. I mean, very quiet, wasn't sort of banging on your door and asking questions all the time.
Tactics and the like?
Just like, well, what am I going to... I'm not going to knock on Owen's door and tell him how he should be doing
That's what I mean,
things.
you know, were you
let him get on with it. I mean, we've also, I mean, between me and Owen as a coach and the coaching staff, so they would be the ones talking things through, selection of sides, style of cricket you're looking to play, atmosphere you're trying to create.
What was your take on him as, I remember writing a piece about him after the World Cup and called him the white ball really.
Well, one of the interesting things, I mean, I was an England selector, so we were the England selectors that made Owen captain, so and it was quite close to the World Cup that took place in Australia and New Zealand, and England had a miserable time then, and everyone, obviously we'd persevered with Alistair Cook for as long as we could do, and I think it was a one-day series in Sri Lanka where I think it just became, I mean, one of the reasons we were getting criticism as selectors, as you always do, but hit that
outside the line of off, and
he's hit it. Getting criticism as selectors, but there was so many moving parts at that moment in time when we started. With Andy Flower just stood down, Hugh Morris had stood down. This time Kevin Peterson had moved on, Jonathan Trott, Graham Swan. There was so many sort of trying to keep two people together and allow them to build something. So you sort of persevered with Alistair Cook and Peter Morris, who was the head coach then. But he just reached a stage in Sri Lanka where we've got to do something here, and obviously tough decision to move Alistair on as one-day captain. And who's it going to be? And Owen was our choice, and just the conversations we had with Owen, having made that decision, and him wanting to think about it a little bit. I mean, and wanted backing rather than hang on, you're not. And it was a big decision, and not something. If he was going to be given the opportunity to do this, he wanted it to be done right. And absolutely, England are going to a World Cup. England had a bloody ordinary World Cup. We got knocked out, didn't we? Again, that game against Bangladesh, wasn't it, where England sort of disappeared. And we backed him and stuck with him, and knew that there was an outstanding captain in there. And moving on of another coach, Andrew Strauss came in, Peter Moore's moved on, and Trevor Bayliss, and those two just sort of struck a chord, didn't they? And their partnership together really sort of culminated in England winning the World Cup in 2019. So it was nice to be involved at the start of it, and to be involved in that decision making, because there were people certainly after that World Cup saying, well, Owen's rubbish, move on from him, etc., etc. And well, no, we didn't make Owen captain just in the short term. It was with a long-term vision in place that he was going to take the England side somewhere, or going to be the man to take our white ball cricket forward, and he did.
Gets that away in front of mid-wicket. Mid-on giving chase as well. Proctor, Skip will retrieve it as they've taken 3. Robson moves to 83. 195 for 3. A drink was just run out for those two. Any little, not message, but thought process?
I think the goal was to sort of be 120 and 20 and see what you can do. And I suppose if you're saying it's 75 off the last 10, certainly if you've got these two at the crease, then every over that goes past, it's reduces, well, changes the odds, doesn't it? There's more than one team that can win it, and that team would be Middlesex. Shot.
It's away again. Lovely shot, over pitched by Taylor. Simpson goes hard at it. 199 for 3. Something for Taylor to think about. 3 and a 4 off the start of the over.
The one thing I think these two are aware of it as well is that, I mean, they're playing exceptionally well at this moment in time, but it's difficult for new batters when they come in. Seen all batters really, no one's come in and struck the ball cleanly. So important that these two do stick around for as long as possible, and therefore don't have to get reckless and slog. I mean, pick the runs off, wait for the bad balls.
Go short, cry catch, but Simpson's in control of that. Gets a single. Moves to 60. 200 up for Middlesex. 200 for 3. 1, 2, 3 more.
200 up for Middlesex.
Just over a run of ball for Middlesex from here, with 7 wickets standing. Second new ball, 7 overs away. If Northampton should choose to go for it, 'cause it will, as we've just been saying, be a gamble for them as well. Could be that the harder ball departs just as quickly as it arrives. Away again. Now, has he got enough of it? Deep square's coming around, it's 4 more. 12 off the over so far. 204 for 3. Robson moves to 87, highest score by a Middlesex batter this year.
Whilst you were just talking about the new ball there, cracking shot there by Sam Robson, just beating the field. This outfield has lost no pace, has it, during the 4 days.
There's the ground staff in the background as well of that shot.
But you take the new ball, what sort of fields you said?
I was just about to say.
You're going to say, take new balls, you want to have slips, but if suddenly bring slips in, there's going to be gaps in the field and boundaries available. So it's going to be an interesting decision that Northampton's making just under 7 overs, or just over 7 overs time.
Certainly there are a few thoughts for Northamptonshire now to have on the situation and how best they navigate matters. One there, says Robson, just fine with mid-wicket. 13 off the over. Middlesex are 205 for 3 after 73 overs. 19 remain of the match. 118 required for victory. Robson 88, Simpson 60. Higgins, De Carey's, Eskenazi, Roland Jones, Helman Bamba. I know as well, I just mentioned it a few moments ago, but one can bring 2 and all of a sudden 5 down and a second new ball, the whole thing changes again. So but certainly Northamptonshire though just have something to think about now. Ball's just been pushed into their court slightly right. Middlesex are moving. What Northamptonshire going to do to counter it? How are they going to try and contain it in the first place? No slip in place. 2 short mid wickets for Robson as White runs up the hill. Shaking hands at the Oval, by the way. Nottinghamshire 118 for 1. Match drawn. Hampshire lead by 17 runs. They're 187 for 7 following on. And Lancashire need 89 runs. They're 341 for 6. Oh, runs it fine. Not quite sure he meant to run it that fine, Robson. He's on to 92, 209 for 3.
Yeah, delicate little dab, probably down the third man, but just bounced a little bit more, so make the most of it. Been moments during the season where Sam Robson's probably walked off the field thinking he's not done a great deal wrong. On this occasion, a little bit of fortune, but it would have been an unbelievable catch Had McManus managed to leap to his right and hold on to it.
Some chase if Lancashire pull it off at Blackpool. Stunts Essex's title aspirations. Warwickshire beating Kent. Hampshire hanging on against Somerset. .209 for 3, 18 overs remain at Merchant Taylor School. 114 required from 18 overs. Robson so close to the first century of a summer for Middlesex. Luke Proctor is on from the Benham end, and he had 3 overs in the first innings. At a medium pace. Harder to hit on a 2-pace pitch, and perhaps a bigger bowler like Taylor pushes one a little bit too long, driven away.
It's funny how you get sort of images and memories of players. There's an awkward little bowler that sort of seems to make things happen, doesn't he? Sort of comes on and produces something. Competitive, unorthodox cricketer, the way he bats, the way he bowls.
Simpson gets that one through. Pick up 2. So it starts the over.
Sound of the bat and ball, you can tell it's quite soft, can't you? Sort of not making that high-pitched tink, a duller thud.
Full again. This time he doesn't get it through. One hand off. Simpson looks to drive. Does feel as though something may give here. Will it be runs or will it be a wicket? .12 more, 17 and a half overs. Incredible how a game's built to this, isn't it? To take the intervention of rain for that chase in the Nottinghamshire match at Lord's. Checks the shot, cry of catch, and that's where pace of Proctor as well. If one sticks at that pace a little bit more, then can end up pushing one up to mid-off, mid-on. Good first over from the skipper, just 2 off it. Brings back a little bit of control for Northamptonshire. 211 for 3. Amazing, we saw all the crash bang one of a couple of games here. Saw Glamorgan hit that huge score, 238. But 4 days and it comes down to a final session like this where all results possible.
238 at Middlesex were, I think after 14 overs, were up with the rate, weren't they?
150 without loss, weren't they?
Yeah. Cracknell and Eskenazi.
Mid on, and you see just there the 2 mid wickets as well. Deep backward square. Deep third's quite fine, deep backward point, cover, mid off.
Puts in 5 on the leg side, so shows that the bowler's looking for bowling straight, looking for that inconsistent bounce. LBWs and bowls, as well as maybe those 2 fielders at mid wicket, looking for maybe a clip. Stop slightly in the pitch.
Just wondering where I couldn't find the fielder at his long leg. You're right, 5 on the leg side. It's a well-knit plan at the moment from Northamptonshire, and White is one of the 2 mid wickets, the straight one. Taylor, pretty orthodox mid wicket. .211 for 3.
Yeah, run rate gone up to 7. Maiden over there. 2 batters. Seem calm and in control. Obviously.
For how long?
Well, I suppose
they'll
you
make a move at some point.
Yeah, but you saw the other. I mean, there was an over a minute ago, wasn't there, where 12, 14 runs came off it.
Minimum of 16 overs remain. I doubt Northamptonshire will be bowling many more unless the wicket starts to tumble quickly, and then they'll get the spinners on, see how many can get in. 16 overs and 112 runs. To Simpson to side Proctor's the man. He had a look at him in that first over, got him away for 2. The first ball, missed out, second ball. One-handed drive to cover. strong bottom hand, Simpson. We talked about how the drive hasn't really been in this game. But down the ground at the moment, mid-off and mid-on are up. Covers in place. But in front of square, it's mid-wicket as well. Emilio Gay. Go pushes at it and nearly pushes it straight back to the bowler. We saw Mark Stoneman do that at the start of Middlesex's first innings. Over the top, rather than just driving down the ground, made the decision, well, actually, mid-off and mid-on are up. Took it from outside off stump and hit back down the ground. Lovely Luke. That's what he's doing. He's putting it up there and saying to Simpson, if you want it, you're going to have to go over the top.
Full and straight. Mid-on, mid-off, sort of, I suppose, back on the edge of the 30-yard circle probably. But no singles there. Mid-wicket and extra cover quite straight too.
Such a powerful batter. Lancashire lad. Oh, misses out there, low full toss, just outside off. Made no for Proctor. 2 off his first 12 deliveries, 211 for 3. Simpson looks back at the surface there, weighs it up. Just that full bunger that he'll probably really ruin that over, but weighing it up, lining it up, thinking it over. We'll just build the pressure a little. Robson will be on strike on 92.
It's 2 maidens in a row, isn't it? So we've seen the run rate go up to 7.5 and over now, so Middlesex are going to attempt to chase these down. You think they've got to start 15 overs to go, 112 runs. You look at a 2020 game, I suppose you'd think you'd coast it, but in this form of the game, ball can be hid, bouncers, have lots of fielders out on the boundary, and a lot of things that make it harder to chase down 8 and over in a 4-day game than in a limited over match.
Glamorgan in that 238 hit 75 off their last 3 overs, didn't they? But as you say, you've just given the all the reasons why there's a big difference between T20 chases and first class. Here's Rob Keogh back in. Here's the big talk. I wonder part of that is that second new ball coming in 3 overs.
Well, it's a good decision by Northamptonshire, really. Seeing the run rate go up, a couple of maidens, maybe sense Middlesex need to do something if they're going to have a serious attempt at this total. Bring the spinner on. It's there, are you brave enough type of thing? That's the question that they're asking. Sure, there'll be a number of fielders out on the ring, but equally you don't want Middlesex to, or they wouldn't want Middlesex to just be able to push 5 or 6 singles in the over without taking a risk. So I think the discussion have been, well, what fielders do you keep up? Do we keep mid on and mid off up? Do we sort of encourage? Oh, and after that they've gone back to the seamer. So
well, there is
they've decided to sort of wait a little bit longer before they reintroduce Keogh back into the attack.
Leg side. Well, I mean, there's clearly pressure on Northamptonshire as well, isn't there? How they go about this with that second new ball. Let's have another look. But plenty of off, or all of off, and a fair bit of middle, I'd say, on display there. But, you know, we sit here on the Middlesex live stream thinking it through, of course, you know, the Middlesex legend. And yourself, Gus, 211 for 3. They, you know, they've got a fair bit of pressure themselves in Northamptonshire, haven't they? Because they'll know 1 or 2 good overs, and all of a sudden, they've got to find a way to stop someone like John Simpson heading out. But
they haven't. That's how you've got bowlers that have had a pretty heavy workload. You've got 16 overs in the second innings. I'm not sure how many White would have bowled in the first innings, but probably getting up close to 35-40 overs of work in this match, which is a pretty decent stint for a fast bowler. But it's amazing, you suddenly get a couple of wickets, how your aches and pains go and you feel revitalised.
Middlesex fans over there, they probably need a few shots of whiskey rather than a few shots of coffee at the moment. Everybody's starting to live it at the end of this game. Classic first class cricket. Building right to the very end. Oh, it's just kept me low again. That's the trouble. That's the difficulty for Middlesex, for Robson and Simpson. It's the conundrum for Northamptonshire as well, isn't it? Does the second new ball, does it misbehave a little bit more? Harder ball. Pitch into its final session of the 4th day. Lovely shot, and it gets through. Beats Proctor at mid-on. He's on to 96, Robson. 215 for 3.
Yep. 16 balls without a run being scored. Sequence ended by a beautiful straight drive by Sam Robson, which takes him 1 stroke away from his and Middlesex's first individual score of 100 or more in first class cricket this summer.
Shot for length, just as far as cover though. Drink run out again. Wasn't that long ago the last drink came out. Little message, little thought process. Gloves run out. Actually, maybe it was Robson who asked, because I did just hear him ask the captain, "All right to change gloves?" Towel off. Still Higgins to come. To Careys, Toby Roden Jones. Interesting to see if they do start to charge Middlesex, how they go about the batting order, because there's Stephen Eskenazi as well, but to what extent that finger injury of his will impede him. It's the bottom hand as well, isn't it, for Eskenazi, who's quite a wristy player. Is that away? Yes, it is. Simpson's on to 66. Middlesex are 219 for 3, 104 more runs. 14 overs left, including this one.
Tired dive there by White down at fine leg. Been a brilliant game of cricket between these two.
219 was the score that Northamptonshire was skittled for in the first innings. Middlesex felt a little light in their own first innings, even though they took a sizable enough lead. Northamptonshire coming back to set that big target. 323, brilliant from them, a century from Whiteman. 50s for Gay. For Proctor, the skipper, Keogh was just shy. Run out last night on 48. Simpson goes hard at that. Mid-on has dropped a little deeper there. Takes a couple of yards back again for Robson.
Yeah, the first time there, Simpson almost felt that he's looking to try and hit over the top straight down the ground. Proctor will keep bowling full and straight. Waiting for a Middlesex mistake. And if you miss, I hit, or if you miss hit, I've got a fielder, 4 fielders in front of you that may well take a catch.
First ball in this innings to Robson. He's right on the spot again, or bowled. Did just wonder if the right-hand, left-hand, his line will be slightly off. Robson looking for any little chance to score. Drive into the offside to cover. It was inside out, that from Robson. Like Selvey said yesterday, a difficult pitch to take wickets, but a difficult pitch to score runs on as well.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing that. I mean, I think there's a certain amount of sort of circumspection from the Middlesex batters, because it's not just a question of going out there and swinging from your backside, it's give your wicket away.
Leg sides. Clipped to mid-wicket. 2 in there at mid-wicket now. Missed the second one, had come in. End of the over. 79 gone. 13 remain. 103 more for Middlesex to win.
Run rate getting up to 8 and over now, which again in modern cricket is not something that scares or frightens a batting side, especially a side with 7 wickets in hand. But it is a pitch where you've got to be watchful. You just can't take the bounce. You can't take things for granted, and it might be easy for people to say, well, hang on, should be doing this, should be doing that, but suddenly have a swipe and get a top edge and lose the wicket. Changes the context of things quite quickly.
Nerves and tension all around northward. Southamptonshire's 1 win of the season against Middlesex at Wantage Road. Long way from winning this one at the moment, but again 1 or 2 wickets now. Simpson flays at that one. First rule, throw the bat at the ball, and he gets 4 runs. Fine of the deep third. He's into the 70s. Target to win. Drops below 100.
It's almost as though, just looking at the fields that have been set by Northants here, mid-on, mid-off, being pushed a bit further back to Simpson. They've been up saving the 1. It's almost as they've sort of accepted now is the point where they're going to go. And you then see that stroke there by Simpson, looking to hit the ball down the ground. So fortunate 4 down to third man. But if you've got no slips in place, you can't really sort of complain if the ball goes through that gap at a catchable height.
We saw Robson have that guide, which got that extra bit of bounce, didn't it? Just past the keeper. I always wonder whether it's worth, of all the fielders, just stick one back in the slips. Umpire's having a look at the ball. A little bit of damage that kicked up towards the temporary stand down there.
And it's under 100. Middlesex need 99. So things to tick off.
long look at a ball that may only have 5 deliveries left in it. Chipped by Simpson for a single down to long off. Three more singles off the final 4 balls of the over, and they're up the run rate. That's the difficult balance for Northamptonshire. And if they take that new ball, and edge flies, inside edge, early boundary in the over. Straight to cover. Width on that, and that is going to be the century, I think. Oh, it's kicked back in, and they'll run 3. Really gave it a slap wide outside of the off stump. He moves to 99, Robson. 228 for 3. 95 to win.
Good boot thereby on the deep cover boundary. Deprived Robson of his 100th run.
Ace off the over. One to come. Top ball to in the over. Flew square off a thick edge, high up the outside edge of the bat. 228 for 3. 80 bowled. The second new ball is available to Northamptonshire. I'd imagine the conflab 2 overs back was whether or not to do it. I'm probably not leaving it to now to discuss it. 228 for 3. It seems to make more sense to stick with the older ball and say to Middlesex, try and hit this soft thing out of the ground at the moment. Let Middlesex make the mistake.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the tactic, and I suppose there may come a point, if Middlesex don't lose a wicket in the next 4 or 5 overs, where Northants might be forced to take that as a sort of last resort type of thing. But yeah, I think they'll be looking to see if they can force a mistake, and then once there's a new batter out there, maybe 2 new batters, to then bring this new ball into the attack, hoping that it might create the chances that they're looking for.
No run, mates. West commentating to himself, I think, on that. There's never a run there for Simpson. Packed onside field, 2 mid-wickets and mid-on. He's coaching himself through this last run for the century, but of course he'll be thinking primarily about the Middlesex victory at the moment. Leading edge. First century of the summer for a Middlesex batter. Sam Robson will raise his bat on 229 deliveries, 101 to his name. Chanceless innings, very nearly at the end. Slightly full stroke, but 10 fours in a brilliant knock. Will it be match winning for Middlesex? Two maybe, just the single. Fielders there. 102 for Robson, 231 for 3 Middlesex.
I think from a Middlesex perspective, it's going to be interesting to see the John Simpson's role in these final 11 and a half overs. Almost think to Sam, just stay there, collect the runs. Yes, look to be positive, but be the constant through this period. And maybe Simpson's the one that goes out there and takes a few risks.
Drives that nicely through the covers, so we'll get a couple here. Settle on 2. Simpson's on 74. 90 to win. 11.2 overs. Bowls, well played. Straight to the fielder, Taylor. As we saw with the Robson shot, the ball previous, he's just replayed flicking it into the onside. Simpson. To be careful closing that face.
Yeah, I think you want to back your strong shots down the ground really, rather than looking to flick the ball, leading edges, top edges.
Single down to deep thirds. 6 off the over. Required rate just over 8. 2, 3, 4 for 3 in the 150 partnership as well. The milestones keep coming at the moment, but the biggest milestone for Middlesex, another 89 runs. Northamptonshire got their biggest partnership of the season yesterday. Looking back through the notes of Middlesex's run this year, wouldn't have been anything in the first couple of matches.
Looking at the fielder, 3 Northampton fielders saving a single, plus the wicket keeper. So 6 out on the boundary.
Launched. Cry of catch it, launch 2, long off, who holds on just inside the rope there, Proctor. Simpson's done for 75, the first big shot he's attempted. And Simpson departs, 2, 3, 4 for 4.
Good catch there on the boundary by Proctor. In the slot for Simpson, he knows he's not quite caught it right. The fielder's just managed to keep his feet inside the boundary. Big wicket for Northants. So Middlesex have been having to work hard to get these runs. And an excellent innings from John Simpson comes to an end, and he'll be replaced by the ever dynamic Ryan Higgins, who I think will not die wondering during the innings he's about to play, that's for sure.
They've got big hitters to come, haven't they? The fact that Roland Jones still down the order. Seen some extraordinary innings for him over the years. Skipper to Carey's and Eskenazi, the one-day opener for Middlesex. 100 player, a big bash winner, Eskenazi, but with that finger injury, which is why he's down the order. Tired, injured, having opened up. But yeah, Higgins comes out. It'll be easy to hit from the off this surface.
No, and again, I think he's got to give himself a few balls to get accustomed to the surface, get a feel for how the ball's coming on.
Good shout from producer Ollie on the highest partnership of the season so far. Milan and Robson, I'm just going to look up to see how much it was at the Oval. 76 Robson, 66 Milan, so no, it wouldn't have been. Gets it through first ball. I'll think about a couple. Wide, long off. No, settle on misfield. Yes, calls Robson. They run the misfield. Throw comes in. Backing up the keeper to make sure it doesn't bounce past him. Angry throw coming in.
There's me saying Higgins, he's down the wicket first ball. Thrives in situations like this, doesn't he? Ability to go out there, be aggressive, look to take the game to the opposition.
Ooh. Off cutter from White, just felt as though it went off the surface. Just rolled his fingers over the top of it. Keogh could be back on in a minute. Little shuffle again. 2 more it is. Higgins doubles his tally off his 3rd ball.
He calls me a dad, mate.
Producer Ollie, take a bow. There was a few extras in that partnership at the Oval. So 76 Robson, 66 Milan came together with the score on 114 for 1. Partnership worth 152. Did they just beat it? What was the final tally for the partnership here? Right into the block hole, dug out by Simpson down the ground to long on, just a single. 5 off the over, one to come. Wicket first ball crucially. Partnership here was exactly 150. The partnership at the Oval stands as the biggest of the season so far. Punch of the air from Ollie. There. Robson gets a single, 103. 240 for 4.
Well, there's the equation. 10 overs to go. Middlesex require 83 runs, an average of 8.3 an over, so it's going to take some getting on this surface, 4th day pitch. Odd ball, slightly misbehaving. It's a softball. 82 overs old. Northants have the option to take the second new ball, but it's not something they've chosen to do yet. It's almost something Middlesex got to be wary of, isn't there? You suddenly lose 2 or 3 quick wickets and you can be in for a nasty little 5 or 6 overs at the end against a new ball, hard ball nipping around. All of a sudden you'll see the fielders come up around the bat and appealing for everything. So beautifully poised.
Leg side. He just stayed leg side of it actually, Robson. Such a strong area for him, isn't it, on the onside to score. Deep backward square and long leg set back either way. It's going all the way at Blackpool as well. Jones has 103, Bailey with him now on 7. Lancashire 374 for 8. 56 runs required, 2 wickets standing. Slow ball bounce, up in the air, gone at mid-wicket. Huge cry out in the middle. 241 for 5. Higgins goes for 5. Slow ball from Proctor.
Yep, bumper. Higgins trying to replace or place the ball really rather than smack it, and all he's done is chip it straight to mid-wicket. He's taken one of the simpler catches that he'll take in his career. Toby Rowland Jones coming out, so Middlesex's quest to score quick runs will continue.
Well, there's the answer to who the big cry came from. It was Proctor's war cry as he took the wicket. 5 down. Rowland Jones comes out. New ball available. 9.4 overs remain. Rowland Jones will come out with intent. De Carey's and Eskenazi still there, and Helm and Bamber if required at the end. It's a block out by that point. As it goes to the wire at Stanley Park in Blackpool, so it may well do here. Essex needing 2 wickets 1 wicket indeed, a 9th has fallen. Jones is still there on 104. Bailey's gone for 8. 54 for Lancashire. Centurion standing. 5 down here. Robson on a century. Roland Jones on strike. Skipper to skipper. As Proctor will run in. 4 balls left. His 5th over. Only had 3 overs in the first innings. Match drawn between Somerset and Hampshire. Leg side, and he got a fair bit of that. Roland Jones all along the floor. Mid wicket took the sting out of it. Just a single. Slow ball, but width. Robson was able to wait on it. Just a single.
Good sized ground here at Merchant Taylors School. I mean, there's acres of space around this first 11 square here. But equally with an old soft ball, it's going to take a pretty good hit to clear the boundary for 6.
Slow ball again. Just pushes the single. Roland Jones thinking 2, and back they come. Good running. 5 off the over. Can he finish with a boundary and get up with the rate?
Robson starting to feel the effects. He's not batted for this long for a while. He was asking for Diarrhea at the last wicket fell, something to rehydrate him.
Works a mid wicket, a dot ball to finish. Just the 5 off the over. 2-4-5 for 5, Middlesex. So close, but at the moment, so far, equally though, Northamptonshire will be thinking 5 wickets. Well, if they're going for it, they could probably bank on a couple more, maybe.
Look at that was 3 wickets in 4 balls this morning. So silly things can happen when you're looking for quick runs.
Remind ourselves, what was it? 218 for 2. And then they look to charge. Go to 267 for 4, then 380 all out. To say those 3 wickets, 3 runs this morning.
Jack going, if we get a couple more wickets, we'll take Ewing.
Equally though, 372 for 6. 380 all out. The run out of Keogh last night, the run out of Gay last to go. Here is White. To the legs of Robson. Looking 2, but there's just a single.
So where will Roland Jones look to go? He's strong headed down the ground, good driver of the ball, good puller of the ball too, but I sort of sense that hitting the ball hard into the gaps might be the better option than trying to get it over one of these 4, 5, 6, 7 fielders that are on the boundary.
Straight down the grounds, gun barrel straight. Now, did that go all the way? You're looking to long off and long on. The umpires wait for the signal. Check from everybody. Nobody down there is looking to give the umpires any help on it. 6 runs it is. 250 up for Middlesex, 256. 252.
Don't listen to me, Toby. Slower ball. Beautiful strike. That made a slightly tinnier sound, didn't it? As though it sort of found a little bit of hardness in that ball when he hit that.
It's much like that Stoneman 6 in the first innings. A little bit of width outside the off stump, freeing up the arms. Roland Jones looks at square leg. It looked fine from here. Good bouncer from White. Good response. 71 to win. 8.5 overs. Bouncer again. That one looked as though it had a little bit more in it for square leg, but he's still happy. 2 for the over signalled, so Roland Jones can pretty much counter on no more short stuff.
Or head high, could be chest high. We'll bring the fielders in front of us here potentially into the equation.
Flays at that one. That's a good stop on the boundary rope. I think Roland Jones thought that was gone. He didn't run the first really. He's back for the second. Had to really get a move on there. He was watching at first. I think he thought he had enough of it. Line off the over, one to come. Good piece of fielding out there. Under pressure from Taylor. He's pushed it back in. Slow ball, bottom edge, 2 I reckon. Yes, says Roland Jones. Back they come, puts the pressure on the fielder. Sanderson runs over the top of it. Middlesex have 2 more to end the over, 11 off it. 256 for 5, 8 to go. 8.38 per over required. Where's that win viz? Actually, the Northamptonshire one does go at this point because you back Middlesex to block out if they did lose a few wickets. So the tie, the draw.
It's been amazing looking at the test matches. They've always had that 1% draw, haven't they? I suppose the draw is the tie. So it doesn't happen very often, but that's why it's not been one team or the other.
I mean, I guess there's no decimals in it as well, but the decimal's probably a 0.0001% chance. To give that little digit in there which pushes it to a 1% on the win visit. It did confuse a few. Short down the leg sides, hooked fine by Robson, just a single. Now, in the air, finding the fielder. Did it go? No, I think it's going to be 4. Umpire turns to signal, it was 6. Roland Jones is on to 19. Middlesex 263 for 5.
So before the pull shot, one of Toby's strengths is, well, it's not that short, has it? It kept a little bit low, but somehow he's got under it. Fantastic stroke, just evading the fielder. Some Middlesex supporters there, I don't think they're going to be signalling 4. If it's marginal.
John Simpson hit a 6 like that, didn't he, down at Somerset to win down there in 2016, which how he managed to get it over the top of deep backward square leg. Everybody set back. Similar length ball. Cry of catch down the ground. Long off and long on come together, and it bisects them. The 2 run and charge at it. Nobody goes with a dive. I don't know whether they were worried about a collision or whether it was that far out of reach. I thought one of them was going to get a go at it, but it's 4 more.
Ball, strong bounce, wasn't it? Quick bounce as it landed there on this hard outfield. Enough power to beat the 2 converging fielders.
Slow ball into the block hole. Well bowled, Proctor. Skipper to skipper. Has to get back in his ground, Roland Jones. But no question of spirit of cricket if the stumps are thrown down there.
Yeah, it's amazing how the run rate's come down to 7.5, just over 7.5 and over now. A couple of lusty blows from Roland Jones, and it does change things around. Equally, a couple of quiet deliveries and it will skip up again.
Proctor think about that second new ball, just trying something different if they really get going. Slow ball again, punched, and it's 4 more. finds the gap. Oh, that's outstanding. Wow, that looked 4 all the way. Whiteman's managed to keep it in. Outstanding cricket. They've run 3, saved a single. It could be vital at the end. Brilliant from Whiteman.
It was just exactly the same spot where Hammond produced a brilliant bit of fielding in the last over against Gloucestershire that ultimately cost Middlesex victory in that 2020 game. But a stunning piece of fielding. The way he was going after it, I didn't think he thought he was going to get there, but somehow
uphill.
He's managed to stop the 4.
He's running uphill, the gradient's the whole way against him as well, isn't it? Just a little bobble at the end there as he flicked it back in as well. Dug out by Robson. They're calling 2. No is the cry. It's just a single. 14 off the over. 271 for 5 Middlesex. 85 bowled. 7 overs remain of the match. Middlesex require 7.43 and over to win it with 5 wickets standing. Roland Jones on 26 from 12. Robson 108.
Just looking at the image we've got there with the boys warming up for nets in the background. Get over here and watch it.
Yeah. Really tough word with the coaches, really there, don't you? Come and watch this.
Tom Taylor to bowl at the late end.
Tom Taylor's back. Good pace, gets good bounce. Tall, strong man. .52 runs from 7 overs. Still to Careys and Eskenazi to come. Middlesex are looking for... what's the chat here? I mean, one thing we are able to remove at this stage, I think, quite happily, was that threat of a shower. The last thing we need now is a bit of rain to fall. What are the umpires thinking? A little bit of chatter out there, maybe, or...?
Well, it might be about over rates. Again, Northants slowed the over rate right down. It's just gone 5 to 6. There's still 7 overs left, so Innings is going to finish about 25 past, half past 6.
This one's run down to deep third for a single. First ball by Robson. Clever from him, really. Hand it to Roland Jones at the moment, the way he's hitting the ball. Well, there's the skyline anyway. A nice picture to finish the game. Thankfully, the weather is not going to play its part. There was a lot of talk yesterday about how slowly Northamptonshire were batting at time. I thought, look, it's fine. The proof will be in the pudding for this. If we come down to a thriller at the end, then they've played it perfectly. And they have. They've pushed Middlesex. And really, this Roland Jones innings at the end that's able to inject something in it. Still a lot of work to do. Block hole delivery. Huge swing of the bat. Look at that arc from Roland Jones. So familiar over the years. That's a massive shot for 6. He's into the 30s. Middlesex 278 for 5.
I was just about to say, if Middlesex are to get these runs, I think Roland Jones has got to middle another 3 or 4 deliveries. He's certainly found one there that's hit the sweet spot. It's a powerful hit. Look at the fielder at long on there, and just see the ball flash in front of the cameraman's eyes. Behind the sight screen down at the lake end.
Skipper producing another one of those knocks. Oh, bowls. Pace off, no run. Required rate falls below 7 and over, having been at nearly 8.5 and over or so back. To go again. Just left him slightly, that ball. Bit of panic, come on, says McManus behind the stumps.
Well, it was don't panic, Captain Mannery.
No ball. Free hit? Would be nice.
Well, it's 2 runs.
Goodness me, nearly took the bowler's head off with that. Brilliant stop. Outstanding piece of fielding by Vasconcelos. They're back for 2. 11 off the over, one's come. It's warmly applauded down there by those in the temporary stands. For Northamptonshire fans coming to see this today. Fancied 10 wickets on the final day and a second win of the season for Northamptonshire. Oh, that's a wide. Drags it down, Taylor. Protestations from the bowler and from the keeper. It looked a wide straight away.
Getting a red ball game. Wides are not the same as they were, but yeah, that's a wide.
Will the wide be? Roland Jones will be thinking boundary again at the end of the over, which will really nail this over for Middlesex. Up in the air. Holding on, Emilio Gay. Roland Jones is gone. It wasn't that costly a wide. It's bought a wicket for Northamptonshire. 283 for 6. The skipper's given it some real impetus here. He's brought the required rate down to 6.5. His cameo comes to an end.
Does wonderful innings there by Roland Jones, 34 of 17 balls. Got Middlesex right back into this. Good bit of bowling there by Taylor. He's followed him. Roland Jones looking straight, but he's not been able to catch up with the ball to take it over mid-wicket, and Gay's taking a safe catch at mid-wicket. So De Caires comes in. Sure, he'll be asked to keep pushing with Middlesex requiring 40. 6 overs, 6.66 and over. You say the fact that Middlesex get close draws them in as well, doesn't it? Keep believing you've got a chance to get there.
One more wicket and Northampton should take the second new ball.
That's certainly what they'll be thinking. I mean, they can take it mid-over as well, so it's almost if they get another wicket, bang, take that new ball straight away. It'll be interesting to see what fields they're setting now. Middlesex can. I mean, Toby Roland-Jones was in the mood where he's going to continue to be aggressive and look for the boundaries, but just over 6 and over now, you're thinking we can get these without having to find a boundary and over. I mean, it makes it easier if you do, but
yeah, it's a problem for Northamptonshire as well, isn't it? Drop the single.
Sanderson's back into the attack, so Proctor's spell has come to an end. As you can see there, still bowling with that 86-year-old ball. 86-year-old, 86-over-old ball.
That's how old we all feel watching this. Now, running the first one quickly, that's all there is, just a single. But again, dropping the singles at the moment then throws the problem back to Northamptonshire as well. You can't just let them do it in singles. What is it, 35 deliveries left? 39 runs?
Well, it's easier said than done, but I mean, if Middlesex suddenly had 3 overs now where you get 18 runs without taking a risk, they'd sort of bite your hand off of that. That leaves you 22 runs in 3 overs.
There you go. Strong applause from the pavilion to our left. They'll be thinking that as well. De Caires' new batter out there. It's not going to be easy. Get the pace of this pitch quickly, but it certainly buys him time going out of the middle. You know, one up on the offside. There's not one up on the onside as well, mid-wicket. But just open the face, find the single, hand it back to Robson. The two of you keep doing it, get ticking, it gets you into the game as well. Roland Jones has bought him that time. Worked by Robson, single to deep backward square. High quality cricket in Division 1 at Merchant Taylors School. The two teams at the wrong end of the table in the top flight stood toe to toe across these 4 days, right to the very last.
Northamptonshire recognising what we've just been said there. A couple of fielders come up. Cares drop one into the offside, that last ball, but they put a fielder there now to prevent that single.
Oh, that keeps low. Welcome dot ball for Northamptonshire. 2 more wickets here, boys, says Proctor. There's that black armband for Tony Kingston. Would have enjoyed this one. Brilliant from Sanderson. Nearly a Jaffa with an 87-year-old ball. Doing it as well now, 87. Over Old's ball. Two dot balls builds a little bit of pressure.
Still no need to panic. So Roland Jones's innings has created a bit of space. Fielders dropping back, mid-wicket dropping back there. Cut the boundary off, happy to give the single, maybe get the Cares on strike.
Yep, go on, is the cry. Full and straight went Sanderson, which was a pretty clever thing to do, having dropped back the mid-wicket. If he takes the single, fine. If he plays all around it, he's LBW. Closes the face too quickly, leading edge. 87 bowled, 287 for 6.
Fielding side have just tossed the ball to the umpire. I don't know whether they're complaining about it being out of shape or whatever, but Paul Pollard just had a quick look at it and tossed it back to Proctor. Get on with it.
That would have been fun. Go get a box of balls, second new ball available.
Well, I suppose there would be some 80 over balls in the box, because balls from the first innings of this match. And Middlesex's second innings too. Oh, sorry, Northampton's second innings too. But it's one of those jobs you're tasked as the home side. You're supposed to produce 12 spare balls of different ages. And so you almost got your coaches saying, oh, we've had 6, how many overs you've had with that? Totally 6. Right, that's a new ball. 15 there, 25 here.
Oh, good bowling again from Taylor to Carey. He's going hard at it. Lancashire still going against Essex as well. 47 to win, 1 wicket remaining. Williams none from 11, so they've given up then, I assume, Lancashire, and they're blocking out, and Essex are pushing for the win. Jones there on 111. Short ball, maybe 2, cries to Careys. Whiteman comes around, yes 2. Back they go. Taylor took some tap off Roland Jones. Then bowled a wide, had to bowl one more and got him out. Sharp bouncer, well bowled from Taylor. width on that. Carries tries to carve it, gets a single to deep cover. 3 off the over, 7.5 now the required rate. Boundary and over.
Yeah, Robson get a single, and Dakari's be the one taking the risk, or say if find a gap, push hard, maybe get a 2.
Everybody looks to the wide. Well, it's not a one-dayer. Not far off, but
yeah, it's a game of cat and mouse, isn't it? Where's he going to bowl it? End of a red ball game. You've got most of that crease to hide it somewhere. A couple of feet down the leg side, maybe 3 feet outside off stump. White ball cricket. Got a narrow little box to try and get it in.
slow ball hooked away, fine. Long leg comes around, slides, and it bounces over him. 4 runs, boundary for Middlesex to end the over. 7 off it, 88 gone. 294 for 6.
Fantastic shot there by Sam Robson, using the pace of the ball. Great effort by Sanderson down here. It's a long game that he's had, lots of overs, lots of time in the middle. Unfortunately, he's not been able to keep that one within the rope. An important boundary for Middlesex, 29 required, 4 overs left.
Pick himself up. It's at the big green grass stain on his right hip. Went sliding along the rope there, it just kicked up and over him. It carries on 5 from 8. 7.25 these final 4 overs. 24 deliveries, 29 runs, 4 wickets. And again, second new ball available. Oh, now, not out. Oh, and it's got through the keeper as well. They're running it. Fielders coming around. They've got 2 leg byes.
Thought for a moment that was going to run away for 4.
Yeah.
That's always missing the stumps, that. Fair enough decision there by the umpire. All sliding down the leg side. Just as well that McManus did get a little glove on that, otherwise it'd been 4 leg byes.
.27 to win, 23 balls. Punched hard. And he's got it through. 4 runs. Backward a point. Wide of deep third. 6 off the first 2 balls of the over. De Carey's on to 9.
Yeah, an excellent shot there by De Carey's. Previous ball looking to come across, worked to leg side. Sanderson leaving it out there, but using the pace of the delivery. Getting good contact on the ball, good hand speed. .23 required.
300 up, 300 for 6 Middlesex. 22 balls, 23 runs, 4 wickets. Cut hard again this time. Not quite timed. Straight to Emilio Gay at backward points. All action cricketer Josh De Carey's has called him in the field. He's forever thrown himself around. Lives every delivery that he bowls. As soon as that ball's released, his whole body animates. What's going to happen? Similarly with the bat, opening batter, first class cricket. Punched again to by De Carey's to Gay. He's done a couple of cameos in white ball cricket as well to show us what he's capable of. Radlett, his local club, just around the corner really. 20 minutes, half an hour drive. Steps across, tries to access the onside. Try for two here. Back they come. Good running, Robson. De Carries may have to dive. He's in. 8 off the over. 302 for 6. De Carries 11 from 13. 6.63 it's down to again now, that required rate. Game that means oh so much to both of these counties. Defeat for Northamptonshire, and realistically their Division 1 status will probably come to an end this year. Steps across again, bumps it back to the bowler, flicks away out of his hand, doesn't give a chance for a second. I just wondered whether that would kill the pace down to long on for another, but end of the over, so they have 9 off it. 303 for 6, 20 to win from the final 3 overs.
Kept us all magnificently enthralled, hasn't it, this match? I suppose enthralled, I mean, there's been periods where it's been quite slow, where the bowling's been pretty good. On a surface that's always has something in it for the bowlers, but
that's been the beauty though, hasn't it? I mean, the fact that at times it's been so hard to take wickets, so hard to take runs, yet here we are at the end and couldn't ask for anything else.
No, I'd say it's why people might sort of say that, well, you get this sort of finish at the end of a one-day game, why do you have to watch the previous 3.5 days? But I think it's the fact that people have invested so much over a period of time that makes these moments the ones you sort of remember more to a certain extent.
Oh, leg side gets through.
It's interesting, all the batters look around, don't they? Wide. Yeah, it's red ball.
Any little tickle on that as well, though. It's 4 runs, isn't it? Which is a danger for Taylor, who sent a few down the leg side. 20 runs, 17 deliveries. Run the leg by all they know they won't. He's there. Essex have won by 46 runs at Stanley Park, Blackpool. Last to go was the Centurion Jones, caught Lawrence, bowled Bracewell, 111. Williams not out, noughts from 17 deliveries. 16 deliveries remain here, 4 wickets for Middlesex. Second new ball available to Northamptonshire. Oh, how did that miss? Robson rightly calls him through for the bye. Stump's thrown down. Over to Sam Robson. 115 from 241 deliveries. 19 runs. 15 deliveries. A couple more boundaries for Robson to go with the 115 runs he already has. But where? Long off is back, long on is back. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Emilio Gazer straight mid-wicket on the single, there's an extra cover as well. Deep points, fine deep third and a long leg as well. Worked out to the deep mid-wicket. They're coming back for 2. Throw to the wicket-keeper's end, they put the pressure on the fielder and it's holds. The throw was wide from Zaid. It was going to be tight if the throw was good. 306 for 3. Toss onto the pads, I'll get a leg by. Pressure, the tension, the hope around this ground, there's enthusiasm, those temporary stands, those that have managed to come in for this final day. Chat between the batters. 13 balls left. He's on strike. Is he given a pass here? by Robson. Is it a boundary ball? Go for it.
It is. I mean, it'd be useful, wouldn't it? But yeah, you obviously want to get bad on it. Robson looking for a drink at the end of the over.
Aren't we all? Heaves it to the onside. They're thinking two. De Carey's has got to set off. Might have to dive here. The throw's not good again. Zaib, second time in the over. The throw's been off. Spares De Carey's the dive. He's on to 14 from 18. 2 overs to go at Merchant Taylor School. Division 1 of the County Championship is serving up a nail-biting finish. How often does the Championship give us a thriller at the last, just like this? 14 runs, 4 wickets standing, 12 deliveries.
I'd find maybe 2 boundaries, wouldn't it, that to get Middlesex over the line? Definitely, I'd suggest. Where are those boundaries going to come from? Lots of fielders out there. Soft ball.
At Northamptonshire, though, they've got to think about this in the singles as well, though. Tip and run. How do they do it? Set the field back and hope that Middlesex make a mistake. But those couple of twos that they found in the last overs, just heaps of bit of pressure. Zaib's kicking away at the field out there. A couple of times pressure was put on him as they came back for the second and the throw was poor. Middlesex will tuck up just behind Kent with a game in hand, 2 points behind them, and they'll remain second bottom. Northamptonshire will be a long way adrift if they lose this. Pushed it straight to Zaib and they get through, and there's going to be an overthrow as well. Zaib's throw to the non-striker's end. Gay backing up, it gets through him.
So the important thing for Middlesex is you get bat or pad or something on the ball here. If you get that on the ball, almost take a runner ball and run the risk of the fielder producing something special and throwing the stumps down. Equally, if a slower ball doesn't carry through to the keeper, maybe taking byes through to the keeper at this stage of the innings.
Well bowled. Robson gave himself a little bit of room. The ball before did so again here. Dot ball. Zaib was probably living those couple of deliveries in the last over in the deep when he threw to the non-striker's end there. Quite see how close he was to it. Gay was the fielder backing up that it got through. All eyes went to Zaib though. Dot ball from Sanderson. Let's push his ball back to Robson. What are you going to do? Gay's coming across from mid-wicket to point. Deep mid-wicket, stays back, so there's a single in the onside if he wants to drop it. Robson. It's kept outside off bottom edge. Oh, Robson, if it hits, he's gone. Now De Carey's has to get back. Wow. Little slip from Robson through to the keeper, the under-ump. Little inside edge on that down into the grounds. And then look, the slip from Robson and he was gone if that ball had have hit. Goodness me. Pat Cummins and Alex Carey tuned in. Robson 119, goodness me, his world, his moment in that thought when he slipped. Block hole delivery, brilliant from Sanderson, brilliant.
Outstanding bowling this by Sanderson.
Runs, 8 balls,
9 and over, 1.5 runs a ball. Somehow squirting one through just either side of the keeper for 4 would be handsome.
Low full toss, clipped onside, just one. Deep mid wicket staying back. Broad out there, first class debut for him. This will be a first class debut, he'll remember one way or another. Right to the wire. Free hit for De Carey's here. Last ball of the over, last ball from the Benham end, last ball of Sanderson's match. 6 deliveries from the Lake end.
I was going to say, it's almost a case of Baden Powerfield, isn't it? Scouts out everywhere. One player saving the single, extra cover.
Into the block hole, well bowled. They're going to try 2 here. No, Just a single. Carey's keeps the strike. 1 over to come at Merchant Taylors School. 313 for 6. 10 runs. All results possible.
4 wickets. Take the new ball. I wouldn't have thought so. Unless it's a wicket. In Middlesex's attempt to chase down these runs.
The tie. How many points for the tie? 8. 5 for the draw, 8 for the tie, isn't it? Josh
Carey. The tie is only if Middlesex are bowled out, isn't it? It's not if the scores are level and Middlesex are 7 down. It's a draw then.
Yes. So Taylor from the Lake End, everybody back bar mid wicket. Extra covers dropping a little deeper. We drop all the way. Not a fielder in sight in the screen. Wide outside the off stump. He's got something of that, but I'm thinking too it's just a single. 9 to win, 5 balls. Robson on to strike on 120. Carey hangs his head backwards, but it's a run. Middlesex need boundaries.
Shame he hit that well, but good field positioning. Couldn't quite get the elevation. 9 runs off 5 balls. Come on, Sam.
Block hole again from Taylor. Now thinking 2 here. Should be 2. Carey comes back comfortably. 7 to win from 4.
So Middlesex get 2 off this ball. Can't lose.
$316 for 6. What a game of cricket. Rightly run through to Carey's.
6 from 3, so Middlesex cannot lose the game now. So each person that comes in can just have a free swipe and try and hoof one over this boundary for 6. Got a fantastic afternoon's cricket here at Merchant Taylors School. Can Josh Cares produce something sensational?
Short, hooked, fine. They're going to go for 2. No, they've settled on 1. Tried to put the pressure on the fielder. Carey's disappointed. Over to Robson. 2 balls left of the 4-day game. 5 runs required.
Cheeky little no ball for height bouncer. Am I clutching?
When was the last time Robson hit a 6?
Last summer, wouldn't it? In the 50 over stuff. Well, he's hit something this year in the second 11, but playing in the T20s, no doubt.
She did have a run of T20s, didn't he? Second 11 games. 318 for 6. 2 balls to go. Can they make sure they at least get a run on this one to take it to the final ball? Or Robson pulls away. Silence at Merchant Taylors School, but for us too. Tension everywhere, including for that man. Came out at number 3 in this innings with Eskenazi sent up. Sore finger. He was given a free rein at the top, but lasted just a few deliveries when he was struck again. Here's Taylor versus Robson. 2 balls to go, 5 runs. Calms that into the onside. It's going to bounce short of Whiteman. They'll think about 2. Back they come. Robson's going to be run out. Is he? The throw is just fractionally off. To stand back, the keeper took it up high. 3 to win off the last ball. Boundary remains the same pretty much. The equation remains the same pretty much. A boundary needed. Three runs. Everybody will be back. Robson's got to try and go over the top somewhere, doesn't he?
He has. It'll be interesting to see where the bowler looks to bowl the ball. Again, a short ball. Top edge, you are opening this area up, which is a more powerful area. You'd have thought full and straight might be the option. A bumper could get a top edge over the keeper. Could be a no ball, as you said before, getting overhead height. So where's he going? Lots of advice for the bowler. 3 to win.
Back goes McManus. 320 for 6. 3 shy of their target. 1 ball left. How does it all come to this? The last ball of the match. Robson checks the field. Everybody is back. Taylor versus Robson. Heaves it into the onside. They're calling for 2. Back they come for the second. Gay with the throw, which he'll have to make sure isn't wayward. It isn't, and it's 2 runs. And Middlesex finish on 322 for 6. An exhausted Sam Robson. 252 deliveries, 126 runs. And Sam Robson, well, Angus Fraser, how do we even find words for that?
Well, you know, the public address of the match is drawn. I mean, after sort of an anti-climax to what's been an absolutely scintillating period of cricket. Desperately sorry for Middlesex. They've played magnificently there. So many moments you'll probably look back on and think, well, 1 run here, 1 run there. But for Middlesex, who've had a difficult season in much of the Championship cricket, a real step forward. Deserved to win that game. Fantastic innings by Sam Robson. Great effort too by Max Holden. By Escanaz, sorry, by De Cares there at the end. Also by Toby Rowland Jones when he came in too. So a lot of positives there for Middlesex to take from this game, but ultimately they'll be frustrated, disappointed that they've got over the line, having worked so hard. And
I was just going to say, a draw that feels like a defeat almost.
It does, but I say, batting side, this is our highest score of the season by some distance. And you walk
and look at Sam Robson. Look, I mean, it almost sums it up, doesn't it?
He's been working in a coal mine, doesn't he, all afternoon? But a fantastic innings by him. Well played to Northants too for getting back into this game, and well done to everybody at Merchant Taylor's School for producing a wicket that's a pitch that's produced such a fantastic game of cricket.
You'd have thought they'd have lost it the way they dragged it off, and there you go. Consoled by his teammates that they didn't get the win, but what an incredible innings by Sam Robson. 126, 252. A chase and a pitch that over the years has been hard to bat last on, very difficult to bat last on, and indeed, as we said, the challenge in this year's match at Merchant Taylor Schools, it was as hard to score runs as it was to take wickets, and that's how it's proved really at the end, when that required rate was just 1 run out of reach for Middlesex.
Yeah, you're still sort of sitting there thinking a draw. After all, that's a draw. I mean, where are you emotionally? It's
thanks, cricket.
I mean, if you lose it by 3 runs at Middlesex, you'd be devastated, having worked so hard. Equally, I suppose Northants probably thinking we've just got away with 1 there, because Middlesex actually, people will say they obviously didn't get the run chase perfectly right because they didn't get over the line. But it's not the easiest of service to go out there and smack it around at 6 or 7 and over. But I think from Middlesex perspective, a performance that's frustrating. They'll be sat in that dressing room thinking, 1 run here, 1 run there, no ball, or whatever it might have been. But it's a much better performance with the bat in both innings. They're 2, I think, highest scores of the season have been scored in this match.
Middlesex will pick up 9 points from the match then. 5 for the draw, 3 with the ball, 1 with the bats. so they move to 60 points in the table, 16 points behind Kent with a game in hand. Nottinghamshire drawing their match against Surrey, so they move on to 89 points, 29 ahead of Middlesex, who remain ninth. Northamptonshire with 1 with the bat, 3 with the ball. Similarly, in fact, they got none with the bat. 250, of course, now the batting points. So 3 with the ball and 5 for the draw. So they move to 47 points. Well, an extraordinary 4 days, an extraordinary finish. A slow burner for sure, right to the very last, with Middlesex chasing those runs. So very close. Middlesex live streams back tomorrow. Middlesex women taking on Surrey at Lords. Sunrisers, for which both of these counties have a stake. Also a live stream from Wantage Road tomorrow. Middlesex back in action next week against Surrey at Lords as well. So join us for that one on the live stream. Good luck to Northamptonshire as well as they move forward into next week as well. A round of fixtures all kicking off on Wednesday. Northamptonshire entertaining Somerset at Wantage Road. Well, I'll tell you what, last thought of the day actually, as we all sit here and think about one run here and one run there, but of course fun for the scorers as well. And the old Northamptonshire scorer we said goodbye to yesterday, Tony Kingston, well, he'd have been scribbling frantically at the end of that one, wouldn't he, and living every minute of it as well. Angus Fraser, thanks very much for your company. Thank you at home as well for your company. Also, from myself, Kevin Hand, the stream team here at Merchant Taylor School, thank you kindly for your viewership and joining us for this one. Well, it served it up, didn't it, right to the last ball. Not quite the result that either side would really have wanted, but certainly it gave us a wonderful game of cricket. From the stream team here at Merchant Taylor School, myself, Kevin Hand, a very good night to you all.